Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
President Bourne.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of April 3rd, February 20th, and May 15th of 2019. Is there a motion?
So moved.
The minutes have been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on any of the minutes? Seeing none, all of those in favor of approving those minutes as a slate, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motions carry. Reports of officers, Superintendent Bangora.
All right, thank you, President Board, Commissioners. Welcome, everybody. Quick note at the very beginning, I wanted just to express that the 20-year Neighborhood Park Plan, NPP 20, 2018 annual report is attached to tonight's agenda under petitions and communications, item 11.5. The Park Board is scheduled to present this report during the June 18th Ways and Means Committee at City Hall, and that's Tuesday, June 16th from 1:30 p.m. City Hall Council Chambers. I want to make sure I express that right away at the very beginning. Going into some of the reports, athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. 60 staff from Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and St. Paul Parks and Recreation attended the field maintenance clinic at Target Field on May 22nd. Staff came from the two cities' maintenance divisions. The clinic featured Minnesota Twins head groundskeeper Larry DeVito, who gave a fantastic presentation on the maintenance of baseball and softball fields. Staff also toured the Twins grounds crew shop and visited the bullpen because rain kept them off the field. Special thanks goes out to the Minnesota Twins and the Twins RBI coordinator Frank White for making this special event happen. Spring 2019 Hennepin County Equipment Grant Award. We received $47,903 for the following requests, which is pretty amazing. Adventure Ninja Playground equipment at North Mississippi Regional Park, wet dry water slides at Pop-Up Parks, bike park ramps at Citywide Girls Bike Program at Nokomis, tip and roll bleachers at Reverend Martin Luther King Park, gymnastics equipment at Follow Park, winter skating equipment at Lower South Parks, requested by Sibley and McCrae, futsal equipment at Whittier Park, volleyball equipment at Keewaydin Park, tumbling, basketball, and volleyball equipment at Pearl Park. That's just absolutely amazing. I was so thankful for Hennepin County Equipment Grant. Thank you so much. Golf. Women's Golf Week was held at all 7 courses last week, and we had 465 women register for both free lessons and free rounds of golf. That's wonderful. Recreation centers and programs. Upcoming summer program at Harrison. STEM mini drone and coding program begins June 18th, ages 9 to 14 on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1:30 to 3 o'clock p.m. And that sounds absolutely really cool to have actually learn how to race drones. Pretty incredible. Summer hours and summer meals began this Monday, June 10th. So again, we do an incredible feeding program for all of our young people in the community. And thanks to NPS for that wonderful program. Youth development. Freedom School opens at Follow Park on Monday, June 17th. 50 children will be enrolled to focus on literacy and social development and participate in positive recreational activities for 6 weeks of summer. Youthline and Teamworks youth are employed as assistants to lead staff. Pop-Up Parks. Pop-Up Park is up and out for the summer. It popped up at Little Earth and Cedar Field this week, and youth and adults enjoyed games, sports, and the reading rug with new chairs. It also popped up at the Employee Picnic on June 11th and at the Downtown Commons today. So if anybody had a chance to see it, it was just a wonderful event at the Commons, and it was just really exciting to see. And so we're very happy to see the pop-up parks, and what a wonderful amenity to our summer. Forestry. The Forestry Department has hired 6 arborists. All 9,000 trees have been planted, and work begins on removal of diseased ash and elm trees. Fantastic. 9,000 trees are out there, so that's great. Environmental management. Goats return to Worth Park in June. Goats are scheduled to be on site at Worth Park in mid-June. We anticipate they will arrive the week of June 10th, this week. Approximately 60 females, does, and young kids will feast on invasive species, including buckthorn, honeysuckle, and oriental bittersweet. The goats will spend about 2 weeks at Theodore Worth, 1 week on the south end of the park near Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden, and another week at the Northwest Worth near the mountain bike trails. Like white-tailed deer, goats are browsers, and their preferred foods are twigs and leaves. Using goats to control invasive species is a mechanical method of invasive species control, like mowing, prescribed burning, or hand pulling. NPRB's environmental management has contracted with Diversity Landworks with goat browsing services. Funding for the project is from the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Grant for habitat enhancement in Theodore Worth Park. So it's pretty cool. I'm going to go check that out. So, lake and creek water levels. After the record-breaking rain on Memorial Day, lake and creek water levels across Minneapolis are very high. Lake Harriet, Hiawatha, Nokomis, and Bedeh-Makaska are at their highest level since 2014, which was the last significant flood year. NPRB is coordinating closely with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, Bassett Creek Water Management Organization, and the Minneapolis Public Works on water levels. Juneteenth, join us on June 15th for the Juneteenth Celebrating Freedom Day at Bethune Park. From 11 a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m., enjoy great live music, dance, DJs, and other entertainment at the park, along with youth activities, a historical sharing area, and merchandise and food for purchase. The Park Board and the Juneteenth Committee hosts this day-long community-led celebration. Bethune Park is the site of the first Freedom Day celebration in Minneapolis. Christopher Williams headlines a roster of performers that also includes the Max Band and several other great performances. And if you have a chance, please come out and enjoy this wonderful Juneteenth event at Bethune Park. We look forward to it. Planning from the Planning Division. Southwest Area Master Plan and Minnehaha Creek. 2 major NPRB planning divisions efforts have released new designs for public conversation. These preferred concepts for all the parks in southwest Minneapolis are for the entire Minnehaha Creek corridor, are moving through the process of recommendation by the community advisory committees for both projects, the Southwest Area Master Plan and the Minnehaha Creek Parkways Master Plan. The public is welcome to attend meetings or fill out the online survey. Visit minneapolisparks.org/southwest for the Southwest Parks, or the minneapolisparks.org/Minnehaha Creek for the Creek projects to see all the meetings offered and link to the survey. We also have seen a significant and varied community response to the Minnehaha Creek preferred concepts, especially relating to the vehicular parkway. We want everyone to know that this is still not a final proposal, and that there is room for dialogue. We appreciate the comments that are coming in, and we'll be hosting a series of meetings to discuss the entire master plan, including possible modifications to the Parkway Road. The first is tomorrow night, Thursday, from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock p.m. at Lake Nokomis Community Center. Other meetings can be found on the project website, which I just noted a moment ago. NPRB 2021 Comprehensive Plan. The deadline for the parks for all NPRB 2021 Comprehensive Plan Community Advisory Committee has been extended to June 20th. Parks for all Community Advisory Committee, CAC, will have a big influence on the comprehensive plan process and policy directions. So if you are passionate about parks and recreation in Minneapolis, please apply and serve on the CAC by Thursday, June 20th. On June 4th, the NPRB and Graco closed on the sale of a 2.2 acre parcel of parcel D of the former Scherer site. The sale and closing, coupled with stipulations for final resolution and order, signal the official end of litigation resulting from the Park Board's condemnation of land from Graco to accommodate the East Bank Trail. For the Park Board, the agreement included the sale of the 2.2 acres of parcel D to Graco for $1.1 million, the prepayment of parkland dedication fees of $150,000 for a future building on the Graco parcel, the return of $622,300 paid to Graco by the Park Board related to the East Bank Trail easement, an agreement from Graco to pay up to $100,000 for construction of a flood platform on the Park Board's portion of parcel D, and a donation of $3,027,700 from the Graco Foundation to support the development of the park. The agreement results into up to $5 million, which will be directed to Graco Park and the Park Board's development of the remaining portion of parcel D. With that, planning staff is advancing work for the new signature park on the upper riverfront will be completed according to terms of the settlement with Graco in 2022, perhaps 8 or more years ahead of schedule, which is absolutely exciting and incredible. With that, I appreciate the time and thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. That's a lot of, it's been a busy few weeks. Do folks have any questions for the superintendent and reports of officers? Seeing none, I will move on to the consent agenda. I would entertain a resolution for item 7.1, 2019-213 through item 7.17, resolution 2019-231. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Repeat those numbers?
It's 2019, first resolution on consent is 2019-213. The final is 7.17, which is 2019-231.
Oh, okay. So moved.
The consent agenda has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Commissioner Meyer.
On behalf of Commissioner Cogill, I would like to table Resolution 2019-2018 until he's able to get here. He's currently traveling back from work and requested a presentation on this. So if we can do that presentation when he returns.
We can hold, if there's no objection, Commissioner Cogill is on his way and will be here in about 10 or 15 minutes. He also sent the same request to me. If there's no objection, we can just delay acting on the 11 items following 2019-218, which are all related to the Waterworks mezzanine. I think his questions were just around why those items were divided. If there's no objection, we'll move on with the agenda and come back to those when Commissioner Cogill gets here. Seeing no objection.
So
Commissioner Forney?
to 230, so 231 we're going to be looking at?
7.1 to 7.5. 213 to 217 we would entertain right now. And we would wait until Commissioner Cogill gets here in the next few minutes for 2018, or 2019-218 through 224. Seeing no objections, all of those in favor of consent items 2019-213 through 2019-217, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, those items carry unanimously. Moving on to reports of committees, Chair Forney. Oh, excuse me, we have a couple more items on
Yeah.
consent. Resolutions 2019-231. Is there any discussion on 2019-231? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-231, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? That motion carries. And now moving on to reports of standing committees, Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-202, a resolution accepting the non-appointed CAC recommendations and approving the concept plan for playground and site improvements at Cleveland Park.
Resolution 2019-202 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-202, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 2019-202 carries. Chair Forney.
I'll move Resolution 2019-203, resolution accepting the non-appointed CAC recommendations and approving the concept plan for playground and site improvements at Fairview Park.
2019-203 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of 2019-203, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the resolution carries. Chair Forney.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-204, resolution accepting the non-appointed CAC recommendations and approving the concept plan for playground and site improvements at Level Square Park.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 204, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-205, a resolution authorizing entering into a landscape and planting permit with the Hennepin County Regional Railroad Authority to use, operate, and maintain a concrete planter within the Midtown Corridor right-of-way at the CPRO site. I think that's a period.
2019-205 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-205, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-206, a resolution approving installation of public art mural by Reggie LaFleur in Phelps Park and approving a license and maintenance agreement for the art with the Bryant Neighborhood Organization.
2019-206 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Before discussion, I am recusing myself from this item and handing the gavel to Vice President Hassan.
All those in favor of the resolution 2019-206, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstention? Seeing none, the motion has been, one abstention, right?
One
You
recusal.
Okay. The motion has been approved.
Thank you,
I'll pass
Vice.
it back.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Chair Vita.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-210, resolution suspending board naming procedures and authorizing the portion of Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park known as Lake Calhoun Park to be named Bede-Makaska Park.
2019-210 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Forney.
Yes, although I do agree with the renaming, I do have a problem with suspending the rules, so I am going to abstain from this action.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all of those, I would ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Abstain?
Vice President Hassan,
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstain, and 1 absent.
The motion carries. Moving on to unfinished business, I would entertain a motion for Resolution 2019-232, captioned as follows: a resolution directing staff to explore the potential conversion of 17 Marshall Avenue Northeast, a property owned and managed by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, for institutional purposes, including space for the Somali Museum of Minnesota, and modifying the 2019 legislative agenda to include pursuit of funding to support development of a Somali museum on Minneapolis Park land. Is there a motion? Is there a motion on 2019-232?
So moved.
2019-232 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
2019-232 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Forney and then Vita.
Thank you. Although this project sounds very intriguing, I think that there is a need to look at the reuse of this particular building. I believe that it would be more appropriate that this item be channeled through either the Legislative Committee or the Admin and Finance Committee. And so I would like to ask to have it withdrawn from the agenda.
The Commissioner Vita, followed by Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, President Bourne. I have a couple questions about this resolution. I guess I'm not sure why it happened kind of suddenly, why I haven't heard anything about it, and then it came up. I'm a bit concerned that as the vice chair of the Legislative Committee, I feel like Commissioner Meyer and myself spent a lot of time working on priorities, and now this has been added, and I'm interested to know where this is going to fall in our list of priorities, and if some of the things that we have prioritized at the top of the list will be bumped for this item. I also want to know what is this timeline, like is this something we can wait on, because we specifically said that some things like the Upper Harbor Terminal and the missing link were big priorities that we've been working on for many, many years, and this is the commitment that we've made to at the legislature about what the parks would be doing. So those questions I have, and I can repeat them again because I kind of just started like talking, but I'm concerned that this has just been put on the agenda without enough time for me to really understand what's going on here. And I feel like we set priorities for our agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I'll just point out before I direct most of those questions, I think, to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder about timing and deadlines and process moving forward and the timeliness of this ask. But I will just point out our legislative agenda, when passed, isn't priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. They're all priorities, so it would be adding an equal priority with the rest of our agenda. So to that, I'll invite Assistant Superintendent Schroeder to the dais, and maybe Mr. Ali from the Somali Museum, and I think Representative Noor may be on his way. It's the request stemming from his office. But Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, could you give the board a little bit of background on why this is here tonight?
President Bourne, Commissioner Vito, and Commissioners, staff was asked to bring this forward based on a meeting that happened not all that long ago, just on it was actually a Friday evening, when it became clear that Representative Noor was encouraging us to pursue funding through the legislature. Timing for that would require us to make a preliminary application for bonding by, I think it's this Friday. It's a very preliminary and relatively simple application to get us started in the process. It essentially establishes a placeholder for a project that we would refine as we go forward and make a final application for bonding later in the year. And that's the reason why this does address the portion about the legislative agenda. Staff doesn't have the capacity to submit something without permission from the Board of Commissioners to do this. Relative to the building, maybe most of you know it. It's a building that no longer has a use according to the purchase that the board made, I believe was in 2012. The building was originally intended to house the operations and maintenance facility that was moved to 4022.5 Washington Avenue, and that's now named the Michael P. Schmidt Operations Center. So this building exists on this site without a use, and it is deteriorating. The idea of reusing it would require exploring a complete renovation, a demolition to start over, or even something somewhere in between. We don't know. All of those would have to be explored. The notion of it housing the Somali Museum of Minnesota resulted from a meeting that Vice President Hassan orchestrated with me and Mr. Asram Ali that I think was in March, towards the end of March. And so staff has known about this for some time, but there wasn't really any pressure to advance things until we heard from Representative Knorr last Friday night.
Okay. The other thing is that I reached out to the district commissioner, Commissioner Meyer, and he had no information to give me on this, and so that concerns me as well, that the district commissioner didn't know what was going on, and I had lots of questions, and I mean, he just didn't have answers because he didn't know what was going on. So that makes me wonder, like, what does the people who live in that district know about this project? I'm completely supportive of a museum, but is that site the place that we need to have the museum? Have we talked to community members about it being there? Is there like adequate parking and bike, like this site? I'm not familiar with it because I just heard about this project, but has there been enough engagement?
President Bourne and Commissioner Vita, there has been to this point no engagement. This was not a staff-directed initiative. This was something that was brought to us by the board, and this is the first opportunity for us to begin a process of exploring, which would include, as we note in this resolution and the whereas clauses, engaging the community to understand what could happen there. So relative to the site and its capacity to accommodate a museum, it can accommodate something. It was originally believed to accommodate an operations center. It's a site that's approximately the same size as what we're using at 4022.5 Washington. It has a large parking lot around it. It would have trail access. It is a part of Above the Falls Regional Park, so there'll be a trail along the river. The Above the Falls master plan talks about Marshall Street being what they call a river boulevard, so there would be pedestrian and bicycle access to it, not just along our trails, but along what's happening along Marshall Street. It's not perhaps the only site that could be considered on Minneapolis parkland. There may be other sites as well. This is one that, from a planning staff perspective, this building, this site needs to change. We've had it for several years, and there is no immediately apparent use for it. This seemed to be one that would be opportune that we could explore without getting commitment to. But it would take a process of figuring out what the ideas are, studying the capacity of the site, and going through the normal process we do with a project of engaging the community so that they understand the potential evolution.
So I just want to say that I'm supportive of this, but I also want to leave it open to exploring other options for where this could be. I don't want to just focus on this one location. So I'm open to us having a museum in the parks. I think that's a great place for it, but I can't say that this site may necessarily be it, so I don't want to commit to that. And then lastly, President Bourne, I do recall us prioritizing our legislative agenda, saying, like, in the meetings, this is a priority over this, and like taking some things off the agenda because we wanted to pick a certain amount and prioritize them, and this was not a part of it. So it's really hard for me to understand, like, how we just throw it on there and not know what is going to happen to the things that we made a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you. I was really frustrated that I didn't have any advance notice about this for two reasons. First, because it's a major project in District 1, and second, because it has an amendment to the legislative agenda. So both as chair of the IGR committee and commissioner for District 1, I would have really appreciated having been invited to the meeting that happened, to have some advance notice to consider all of the things involved in this. The representative and state senator for this area also did not have any notice about it. I just spoke with the executive director about it today, met with Representative Knorr yesterday, still looking at a lot of different aspects of this. President Bourne has apologized for not bringing me into that earlier, and I accept that apology, but nonetheless, I don't think this is the right location for it. This is a parcel immediately along the river. We have been buying up parcels in that same area for demolition to turn into green space. I believe we should do that with this building as well, to demolish it and make it into green space. South Minneapolis has broad green space along the full length of the river. I believe that North and Northeast deserve that as well. However, I do believe this is a project with merit. I would love to see a Somali museum somewhere in our park system. There is ample precedent for museums being located in or adjacent to parks. The MIA is one that we work with directly here in Minneapolis, lots of museums along Central Park in New York City. I've been in some initial conversations with staff about making better use of our rec centers. When we demolish a rec center, I feel that we don't necessarily need to limit the reconstruction to just one story. We could perhaps have multiple stories, and perhaps a museum such as this could be located on the second story above a rec center. I understand that we're already talking about potentially demolishing Brian Coyle, and maybe this could go above that. A lot of other rec centers, like Botno, I don't know, a lot of others in Northeast could also use refurbishing, so maybe we can talk about reconstructing those. I'm noting that it's past 5:30. I do have a substitute motion that I'll propose, but I know that there were some people here who came specifically to talk about this, so I'll defer to you on that.
Commissioner Meyer, why don't we go into open time, and those folks that are here to speak to that may be very interested in hearing what you have with the floor immediately after.
Okay.
So the time being 5:30, this is our open time portion of our meeting. So this is the time at every Minneapolis Park Board meeting where we open up our ears to folks that are coming tonight and hearing what they would like the park board to consider on any item. We have a few guidelines for open time that we just ask for people to keep in mind when they're giving us their public comments. We receive public comment every 5:30 at our regular meetings on every topic except for two, and those are pending litigation and personnel matters. So if there's something that you are hoping to bring to our attention in terms of either of those two, we would still love to hear from you, but the most appropriate way to do that, to protect the confidentiality of the folks that may be involved, is to reach out to commissioners or the superintendent directly, and all of our contact information is listed on minneapolisparks.org. We have 15 minutes slated for open time and we have 10 speakers. I'm going to allocate everyone 90 seconds. There's a clock over my head, and then there's a little traffic light in front of the microphone, so you can see where you're at with your time. The Minneapolis Park Board doesn't tolerate discriminatory or harassing comments towards anyone, so we ask for folks to keep that in mind when you're making your comments. So that said, our first speaker is Nancy Prismus. Is Nancy here this morning? Nancy, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Hello, my name is Nancy Prismus. It rhymes with Christmas. I live at 1501 23rd Avenue Northeast, but I am here representing the Botno Neighborhood Association. We met last night to discuss this proposal, and we have a long history of supporting the Somali community in our neighborhood. We sponsor Homework Helper at Botno Park. We have a Somali board member, Mariam Abdullahi. We do reading for children 1 through 6. We meet regularly and do outreach to the community where we bring volunteers to read to the children so they learn to pronounce English words well at the Somali community's request. That being said, we support a Somali museum, but we were the people who also fought having the park board building with maintenance at 1720 Marshall Street Northeast. That's our neighborhood. And not doing engagement before you take a vote like this to put it on the legislative agenda means that doing the engagement would be way past the time when anybody could have any influence on this decision. Engagement needs to happen before people make a decision to get bonding. So we didn't hear about this. It violates 3 plans. The Marshall Street for Everyone that the county passed, the Botno Neighborhood Association, and it also violates what we believe is the Above the Falls Greenway. This is not the place. We do support a Somali museum, but this is not the place. Please, we voted last night.
Thank
We
you.
ask you to consider us. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Nancy. Our next speaker is Leslie Davis. Leslie, are you here this evening? Leslie, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Leslie Davis, P.O. Box 11688, Minneapolis 55411. Just very briefly about the Lake Harriet proposal I've heard about to expand the area in which people can consume alcohol is a bad idea. We all know about the devastation caused to individuals and families from alcohol consumption, and encouraging it by expanding the area in which people can drink when they're having a concert is a bad idea, and I encourage you not to go with that. The second part, it's in my handout, is a letter that we sent to the Minneapolis City Council on February 28th, outlining what's wrong with the Upper Harbor Terminal proposal. And we're after rescinding the development agreement and putting the issue out for a new request for proposals. We think people had inside information and that a conspiracy, which is a crime, occurred in order to take that property, which is publicly owned 48 acres, and distribute it to friends or personal people with an economic interest in that, meaning the Frank family, the Polat family, and other people, including the parks. We think that a 19-acre park on land that could be used for production of food and generate money and jobs 1 mile from a 62-acre park is absurd. And for the park board to go forward with something like that is a bad idea. Maybe you need enough land to connect the ground rounds, but my letter will speak to that, and we'll see it down the road on this Upper Harbor Terminal. It needs to be rescinded and relooked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Our next speaker is Councilmember Lisa McDonald. Lisa, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bourne and Commissioners. You're too kind. I live at 4241 East Lake Harriet Parkway. I want to speak against 2 items tonight. The first is developing a pilot program to close sections of Main Street and West River Road on selected weekends in the summer. This idea needs more input from citizens before being advanced. With the closing of streets in the city, part of 35W, and massive construction downtown, it seems that now is not the time to close roads that provide access to folks traveling through the city. I encourage you to discuss this with the public further before taking it up for a vote. Even the Open Streets program in Minneapolis only closes the selected street once in the summer. I'm also against the changes proposed for parts of West Minnehaha Parkway. It seems ironic that resources would be spent to close off sections of Parkway when we still have communities, north and northeast, waiting to be connected to the parkways for completion of the circuit of the Grand Rounds. The Park Board has always championed the completion of the Grand Rounds. Traffic report statistics don't show these locations as high incident or risk areas. What problem is being solved? What ideology is percolating without taxpayers' input? Minnehaha Parkway has been designed for multimodal use with a separate bike path, car use, and pedestrian sidewalk. The CAC for the Parkway can make suggestions in their planning process, but ultimately, a street like this that serves so much of the south side needs more public input. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McDonald. Our next speaker is Bill Ulrich. Bill, are you here this evening?
Yes, sir.
Bill, if you would state your...
Bill Ulrich, since 1973, 3409 Humboldt Leona South. I've been living there, like I say, for 46 years, and I do approve of the name of the lake, although it hasn't changed yet, right? But they're gonna. I wish they found a better reason to change it, because actually the Dakota Nation was waging war in 1862 with the Confederacy, making it ironically an ally for slavery. But let's say the signs, well, that'd be great to change those too. But you know, like my daughter, she works for Simpson Housing and finds housing for the indigent, homeless, and battered women and such. Couldn't we just give them the money, you know, for the signs instead? I think that'd be a more constructive way to spend it. That's about all I got to say. You know, I hope, you know, I want to thank everybody here for showing their community spirit, and the board for everything. And I'm going to give you extra half a minute.
Thank you.
Superintendent, I wish I knew about those goats that Buck just chewed my legs up one day.
Thank you, Mr. Ulrich. Our next speaker is Anisha Kamesh. Anisha, are you here this evening? Anisha, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Hi, my name's Anisha Kamesh, and I just wanted to let you know what the Memorial to Survivors of Sexual Violence means to me. I am a two-time survivor. This memorial is a way to honor victim survivors of sexual violence. By having a physical space, a public space, it allows us to acknowledge the trauma instead of silencing it, which is what usually happens. For most victim survivors, we feel shame and guilt and isolated after what happened to us, and this is often perpetuated by society. So by having this memorial, it's a way to say that you're not alone and really engage the community. As an Indian, sexual violence is especially taboo in my community, making it more difficult to heal. Having this space as a public acknowledgement of the trauma that occurred helps to destigmatize what happened and allow us to collectively move forward, while also having a safe space to reflect and heal from what happened. It means even more having the park board support on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisha. Our next speaker is Colleen Kelper. Colleen, are you here this evening? Colleen, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Colleen Kepler. I'm from the Fulton neighborhood. I'm here to follow up on some emails that I sent this week expressing concern over both the Minnehaha Parkway diversions and the resolution 2019-234, which was related to closing sections of Main Street and West River Parkway. Although I didn't email about this, I have a third issue, and that is renaming parkways at great inconvenience to the residents affected. I don't want to get into all the specific reasons for why these proposals are questionable. There's 422 Star Tribune comments on the Minnehaha Parkway proposal that are overwhelmingly negative. So I prefer to point out that there is a pattern of unilateral decisions coming out of this park board, sidestepping or ignoring public input and not representing all of us. We're a cycling family. My husband commutes by bike to Eden Prairie. My kids are on the mountain bike team. We're able-bodied and we're really fortunate. I'm here to represent all the residents of Minneapolis who are not. This includes the elderly, the disabled, anyone who cannot walk or bike. Outside of the obvious lack of equity in favor of the 2 to 4% making trips by bike, the proposals lack common sense. Why would we invest resources in blocking off streets and diverting traffic when the park board is looking for double-digit increases in budget funding? Recent resolutions exhibit a pattern. They show a lack of transparency, purposefully limiting inclusion, and recurring moves away from representative government to a rogue operation. We need a city that works for everyone, and you are creating one that works for only a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Our next speaker is Edna Berzaitis. Edna, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
I'm Edna Berzaitis, and I'm speaking today to convey concerns and fears I've heard expressed by survivors of sexual violence who use Bloom Island Park about the proposed Memorial Plaza and the lack of normal park board community engagement process. Those of you on the board know that it's a policy of the park board that they should have an engagement plan for every project. I understand, and there has not been nothing for this project. The proposer has met with the neighborhood organization back in 2016 once and 2017 in January. But a vote before, presentation before a neighborhood board is not the same kind of communication that this organization has promised people. In fact, it took me 3 hours to find the notice on the St. Anthony West website, Facebook page. And after all these things about emergency warning sirens, et cetera, there's update on the memorial to rape survivors proposed in Brome Island Park. There's no indication there was going to be a vote to approve this. There has really been no other engagement. And I believe that the break of the silence community does not want to cause survivors more pain than they've already had by not conforming to the process. They didn't know about the process. I don't know who dropped the ball, but somebody better do the right thing. While their goal is meant to be supportive, there may be some aspects that are perceived differently that they need to hear about now because it's so important. Could I please don't silence me.
Very, very briefly wrap up the comment.
I wanted to give examples of these people who have come to me with their concerns. But you have to understand, when I walked the site, it's a 12-foot tall illuminated panel on this large plaza, and there's no way to get away from it. It's next to a playground. People have felt it's going to put them into unwarranted conversations. There's a woman who was very damaged as a young girl, and she found this river place as a part of that. It was hospitalized for depression, was curled up in a ball, and came back to life. She's very fragile. This was a place where she got her soul renewed, and she feels that now it will be a soul destroyer. People who have experienced things like that really feel that the system's rigged against them. So why are the rules not applied here that they were applied to any other project? That's what it is. And I feel so strongly about this, and I didn't want to talk about it because it's so difficult, and I can understand why they feel so uncomfortable. But I can't imagine that we don't want to understand this now. And so I ask if the board wants to approve the extension, that should add a condition that the project is subject to a park board-run community engagement process, and the final design, location, and poem are subject to change after the community engagement process. It may not be changed, but if you make it a false choice that you're going through a process that's rigged against you, that's what they've felt all along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Berzaitis. Our next speaker is Constance Pepin. Constance, if you state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Constance Pepin. I'm here to ask about your new comprehensive plan, Parks for All. Who is all? I have a sinking feeling it means for all people, whatever their age, gender, race, or mobility, and whatever activity they want to do on parkland. But what's wrong with this picture? The news lately is that over 1 million species are being pushed to extinction in our lifetime. 1 million species, millions of animals worldwide will die, many here in Minnesota and our city and our parks. Even though different circumstances will doom different species, the number one reason given for any species decline is habitat loss. Humans continue to guzzle up land for our businesses, our homes, our lives, our games, whatever we want to do, without consideration for wildlife. We do so even though it's destroying ecological function in our environment and at our own peril. The evidence is crystal clear. Our nature is in trouble. Something is terribly wrong when the mission of the Park Board seems to be to maximize humans' use of parkland. Your mission is to preserve, protect, maintain, improve, and enhance natural resources. The Park Board's mission is not to maximize human recreation at the expense of wildlife, nor to cram as many people and as many uses as possible into every inch of parkland. To continue to do so is to destroy our environment and to harm not just these magnificent animals, but humans in the process. Yet even now, that's what's happening. Geese are slaughtered, beaver are drowned, pollinators are poisoned, and birds collide with windows because the Park Board does not value all living things enough to consider the impact of activities on wildlife and to work to eliminate or at least mitigate those impacts. These problems will worsen as the city's population grows. As commissioners, you have the power and the means to change this mindset and to save wildlife in our parks. Please make our new comprehensive plan Parks for All Living Beings. Thank you. I have a much longer version of this that I'll leave with the secretary, and that I would ask that you all get a copy, and I'd greatly appreciate it if you would read the whole thing.
Thank you, Ms. Pepin. My next speaker is Arlene Freed. Arlene, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Arlene Freed, 1109 Xerxes Avenue South. Commissioners, I am deeply concerned about the current direction of the Park Board. It seems that taxpayers' dollars and staff time are being directed from Parks and Recreation to unnecessary and sometimes costly projects. And others apparently tonight feel that way too, because some other people have expressed that opinion too. For example, the renaming of the parkways, creating a Somali museum, and the proposed $1.25 million reconfiguring of Minnehaha Parkway. It seems that the Park Board is no longer focused on its core mission, which is parks and recreation. Please remember that you have a fiduciary responsibility to the public to use public dollars to support parks and recreation. Please stay true to your mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freed. Our next speaker is Anton Tropolsky. Anton, are you here this evening? Anton, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Anton Tropolsky. I'm a resident of 215 Oak Grove Street in Loring Park. I thank you for the opportunity to speak and for you to seek citizen input today. I'm speaking in support of the Memorial for Sexual Assault Survivors in Boom Island Park. It's a topic that's especially important to me as someone that's worked with survivors of sexual violence for my entire career. Sexual assault survivors are in my family. They are my coworkers. They are my friends. They are tens of thousands of people here in Minneapolis that are not recognized by the greater public, that don't have a space to gather, that don't have a space to have community. It's important that a memorial such as this be built here in this city, a progressive city that recognizes all its residents and is an opportunity, this memorial is an opportunity for us to have some of these conversations about what a safe and strong community looks like and is. This memorial is just a wonderful opportunity for all of us to have these conversations out in the open and out in public spaces. And I appreciate that so far this board has supported this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tropolsky. Osman Ali. Osman, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
My name is Osman Ali. I'm the director and the founder and executive director of the Somali Museum of Minnesota. And my address is 1516 East Lake Street. I want to address few, points. The Somali Museum of Minnesota, thank you so much first being supporting the Somali Museum of Minnesota, all of you. And for being here today, the Somali Museum of Minnesota is the only institution that has been supported by all Somali American community and all Minnesotans that have visited the location and have seen something about that museum. And we are so proud for that. It's the only institution that outside the country, nowhere else except in Minnesota, all the history and the artifacts for the Somalis is found here in Minnesota. We have over 800 items in Minnesota that has no space at all. The History Center keeping for us, for 1 year we have an exhibit for big gallery. And we are looking for a big space that has been supported for the whole community, and we are looking for help, and we don't want this art and this museum to get disappointed from lack of space. For this reason, we're gonna raise whatever is possible for this building, whatever it costs us, hundreds of thousands of dollars, we're gonna raise it. by any means, and we're gonna make the image of that area looks totally different from what it is today. And the Somali Museum of Minnesota need your help, and this is what we are all for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. My final speaker I have is Al Flowers. Al, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
Al Flowers, 30th in Chicago. First, let me thank the board for everything you've done for Juneteenth. I see it on the board here. We got a big panel tomorrow at Phyllis Wheatley. That's the first settlement house that African Americans can go in. Al McFarland will be moderating that, so I hope some of the board members will come. But we still a little short, and I'm coming and I'm talking to my African brothers and sisters up there, AK, Latricia Londale French, and I'm talking to Kel Severson, who's over in North Minneapolis. This is the event in North Minneapolis. We're a few $1,000s short of doing it. Now you got. And I'm concerned because we know we got another event that you're recognizing African Americans that the superintendent is doing. But this is more important to our community about Juneteenth, about educating. And if you got to take something out of there, that big event that they're going to have at the park downtown on the river that our kids ain't going to get to, then you got to do it. I'm asking you to figure it out. Don't let us come up short. Don't let us come up short about a little bit, you know, and this is nothing against Superintendent Van Gore. I'm coming to the board saying we're going to be a little short on the youth side. And so I hope this conversation, what I'm doing right here in my little short time, is that you will figure it out and help the superintendent. You have 13 events all over the city. We got one event over north, and this is Juneteenth. And then to send me an email saying we can't find it, no, that's unacceptable. We should not accept that. And I hope that this conversation goes on after this board meeting tonight. If you got to cut from that other, because I could kick out, this is important to our community. The other thing, that's about enjoyment. This is about educating our community. So I hope y'all figure it out, and I'm gonna go back down to the meeting. I ran up here out of the meeting. I said, I didn't know y'all was up here. And then I said, no, I get to tell them right now. This is important, and I hope y'all figure it out and have Superintendent Van Gore, Associate Superintendent Tyrese Cox, cut the other program. Don't cut this one. This is about us. This is about us. Cut that other program.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. That is my final speaker for open time. Commissioner Meyer, you had the floor, but I'm wondering if I could just ask a couple clarifying questions of the resolution first from Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Assistant Superintendent, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the resolution that we're considering tonight, because it's written in what is effectively.
I don't want to break your meeting up, but she just gave me a $5 donation, and that should be public. So she helping y'all out.
Thank you so much.
Let's get the rest of the way.
Thank you so much. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, as I'm reading the resolution, it is I'm reading two very separate thoughts here. I recall almost a year ago you came to the board looking for direction on numerous buildings that we owned, and at that time had asked for direction to explore uses of some of those buildings, and that was about a year ago. Is that right?
President Boyd, that's correct. And 1720 Marshall is one of those buildings.
So the question of 1720 Marshall has been before the board for in excess of about 12 months now. It's something that we need to problem solve around.
President Bourne, I'd suggest even longer than that. When the board decided to not put the operations facility in 1720, it didn't leave us with direction on how to use that site or that building.
So as I'm reading this first part of the resolution, you're asking for permission, you're asking for a staff direction to explore potential conversion of 1721 Marshall for institutional purposes, including a space for a Somali museum, not exclusively a space for a Somali museum?
President Bourne, I think that's correct. We don't have a program size, but looking at the current size of the Somali Museum, in that building that we have at 7020, there would likely be extra space beyond what would be needed to accommodate that museum.
And if this resolution passes, as you're going through that process, it may, as I'm reading this, it may come to light that that is not the most appropriate place for the Somali Museum, as I'm reading the way that this is written, but you're looking at multiple uses for the space.
President Bourne, that's a fair interpretation.
Okay. And then the last piece is modifying the legislative agenda to include pursuit of funding to support development of a Somali museum on Minneapolis parkland. Is that specifying necessarily where that museum is, or could it be anywhere on Minneapolis parkland?
President Bourne, the way it's written, it could be anywhere on Minneapolis parkland.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had the right understanding of that resolution, and I wanted to hand it back to Commissioner Meyer, and I don't, if you want to offer that resolution, but I think there's some misunderstanding about what this resolution means. But Commissioner Meyer.
I'd like to offer the following substitute resolution, and I'll speak to it. This is a resolution directing staff to explore locations within the Minneapolis park system suitable to accommodate an institutional use, including space, for the Somali Museum of Minnesota, and to report findings to the Board of Commissioners on or before September 4th, 2019.
There's been an amendment offered. Is there a second?
Second.
The amendment has been offered and seconded. To the amendment, Commissioner Meyer, are there folks that want to speak to the amendment or to the main motion? I'll go to Commissioner Meyer first, and I'll just need folks' help on where lights are. Commissioner Meyer.
So this substitute resolution would basically tell staff to look throughout our system for locations such as the ones that I mentioned previously. We can look at existing recreation centers that might be able to host this above them if we were to reconstruct them, or possibly other sites. I do strongly feel that it should not be at this location. If we're ready, I could make an additional motion to call for the demolition of the building. I don't know if we want to have more discussion about that, but I also think it's premature to add this item to our legislative agenda. I think we need to investigate further the viability of the project. We don't really have much information about that yet.
I think Commissioner Vital wanted to speak to, no, you said the main motion? I'm sorry. The main motion. Okay, so to the amendment, we'll start with Commissioner Musich.
Well, I guess I should now.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I think.
Why don't I go to Commissioner Vital?
I just had a question about the amount of money that we're asking for. Everything else in the bonding bill, we had a dollar amount attached to it. Is there a dollar amount that we know about, and is that something that we have to do to add something in the bonding bill?
President Bourne, Commissioner Vital, we don't have a dollar amount at this point. We haven't been able to examine that yet. We could make some early projections just based on square footages of renovated space or new construction, and that's what we would be relying on. If we were to submit something now, we would have the opportunity to modify that when we made the final application later in the year.
So we do need a dollar amount, though.
We will need a dollar amount to, as I understand it, we'll need a dollar amount to at least, as part of the placeholder.
Okay.
Commissioner Musich to the amendment.
Thank you, President Bourne. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for proposing the amendment that you did. When I saw this on the agenda, I was surprised to see it on the agenda. I was shocked that government could move this quickly, considering how deliberate most other efforts are. So I'm glad to hear that there are others on the board that would like us to be thoughtful about identifying an appropriate location for this. I also appreciate that you did your homework and talked to folks and realized that there's a strong support in the community for this to be a green space and not to see that building remodeled and repurposed. That's something that the previous board heard about ad nauseum from the community when we were talking about using this building for our maintenance facility. My understanding was that we were looking for ways to temporarily utilize it until such time as we could afford to demolish the building and restore that space as green space. If we were to remodel it so that it could be a permanent home for a museum, then I don't see how we get to a place where it is providing that green space that people in Northeast have so desperately been requesting of us for decades now. So I'm fully in support of the amendment. Should the amendment fail, I'd really like to see us table the original motion until such a time as there's been due diligence and vetting with the community to really have us have a knowledgeable place to have a conversation about this from. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney to the amendment.
Yes, please. It seems to me that this is a two-part question. I mean, first of all, I think the initial resolution is asking, what do we want to be doing with this building? As Commissioner Musich said, we had a very extensive conversation about this before. So I think, to give some sort of direction of what it is we want to do with the building should be conversation number one. I do remember very specifically, Nancy, you reminded me very, with that, the maintenance building was, I think, projected to be like a 25-year, and that was one that's like, no. If this is a 5-year, then we start talking about, okay, how much money do we put into a building, that is only going to be there for 5 years, which I think is really more what the intent of River First, the Above the Falls, all the various, master plans and everything. So I just would like a decision on what should we be doing with the building. The second question of whether or not should this be a Somali museum, I guess I have some angst about this because are we going into the museum business? And I say that because planning staff does know that we need to really look at all of our historic properties, and we haven't been able to figure out how are we going to manage those. And so to be taking on another, type of usage, I think we're too often putting the cart before the horse. And I have to say it over and over and over again. If you want to put on a new project, you got to take out a project. Staff only has so much time. I know our staff is using personal time, to do these types of things. And I just feel like we're mounding entirely too much. So in a lot of ways, I agree that I feel we should just table this all. But there are two definitive questions here. One is, what are we going to do with Marshall Street? And the other one is, should we get into the museum business?
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
Yeah, I moved to Minneapolis probably about almost 21 years ago. And when I moved here, first thing you do when you move somewhere is you try to figure out the culture of the place. And you see what type of people are living there. You see what the best foods are. Figure out what the neighborhoods are. And when I moved up here, I had no idea of the large East African population here in Minnesota. And it was shocking to me. It was like, oh, okay. And as I lived here, and I lived over these years, I've learned that the East African community is just as much a part of Minneapolis and Minnesota culture as any other group here. So I wish I could learn more about Somali culture. I wish I could learn more about East African culture. And this not being the right place, we have the Baka Museum that sits right in front of Lake Bede-Makaska, and obviously that place has gotten along pretty good with the green spaces that exist outside. It seems like when we have issues that affect minority communities, the people who make the decisions about how those communities are affected are not often, more often than not the people who come from those communities, and they really don't see it from the perspective of people who come from those communities. I think it's a fabulous idea. I think we should figure out how to make a green space work and a museum, because I would love to go to a park and learn more about Somali culture and East African culture. I think some of the reasons why we're not supporting this are dog whistle issues. I think we need to get over and figure out how to make stuff happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bowen. Well, I think some of my colleagues forgot that they got elected to serve everyone, not just for you. I'll just remind some of my colleagues why it's important to not be ignorant and try to go out and educate yourself and serve the people that you elect to serve. And I get it'll take for some of you guys a lot to learn and to get out and learn about the different cultures. However, I have a question for Michael Schroeder, Assistant Superintendent. How many museums are in the parkland right now?
President Bourne, Vice President Hassan, I believe it's just the Minneapolis Institute of Arts on what's called Morrison Park.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's the only question I have.
Thank you.
But I want to, Well, I just want to say a few other things when I comment the main motion. I think it's clear. Some of my colleagues are bothering that it says the word Somali to me because I'm offended. Some of those cultures that will be displaced, that 800 artists that have no place to be put in, I'm very offended. It's not your culture, it's my culture. It's the generation that are coming up, the ones that are born here. They're Americans, but they should also learn where they came from, who they are. This is about education. It's not, come on. We could do better, Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has a history of, come on. I'm trying to keep it to myself, but it's hard, I was one of those people that protested in this park board 6, 7, 8 years ago. But still the same things are happening over and over. There were kids that came here complaining about their safety. And today, the Somali Museum, come on, there's a resolution that says just find anywhere, and then you still want to amend it? It says anywhere on the parkland. You should be supportive, not amending. This is a history to celebrate, not, come on, some of you guys are taking us back to, years and years. We don't want to go back to this. Come on, we got to move on. This kid, we live here. I'm proud of Minnesotan. I grew up here. I call the parks a home. That's where I go in the morning. I go there to relax. But if I can't find a small museum or a history where I can just walk in after I take a long walk or or a run or jog, and you say, "Oh, not in my district." This is not your district. It belongs to everyone. It belongs to every citizen in Minneapolis. I'm sick and tired.
Thank you.
There's how many museums in a parkland? I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Vice President Hassan. Commissioner Meyer for the second time.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that I would be perfectly happy to host the Somali Museum in District 1. Not at this location, but when I spoke previously, I mentioned Botno Rec Center as one of the locations in the same neighborhood as this one. We talked about that at the meeting yesterday. Or it might be in the Sheridan neighborhood, but it's in close proximity to that. I would be more than happy to welcome the Somali Museum in District 1. Just not where I believe that we should have green space along the river.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French for the second time.
The people who, the folks who were deciding to make this happen, how did they come to that conclusion that was the right space? I don't know who this question should be going to. How do they come to the conclusion that this space that we're talking about on Marshall Avenue should be the space to be used for the museum?
President Bourne, Commissioner French, I don't know that anyone came to the conclusion that this was the right place. When planning staff looks at this and someone comes with a request, this is a building that has sat empty since the previous boards decided not to use this building for the purpose it was purchased for. So this was a staff suggestion to Mr. Ali to look at this building, but it's there's no foregone conclusion that this should be the place for it. It was a suggestion because when I look out across the number of buildings we have, this one has remained vacant on this site. And certainly there are other locations we could look at with the Somali Museum or other entities for a similar kind of purpose.
So let me understand, how long has this building been vacant?
It's been vacant since the Park Board purchased it, which I believe is in 2012.
So 2012, so that's about, 6 or 7 years. So it's just set empty, not being used for 7 years.
Commissioner French, that's correct.
So I'd love to get some use out of that building, and a Somali museum would be an excellent way to get use out of that building. We can figure out how to create green spaces outside of that building. The decision, somebody had, a plan, somebody came up and they had conversations about making this a place. And so I'm really worried about the people who are making the decisions on where certain things are going would make those same decisions if the situation was reversed or it pertained more to them. I'm not saying this to you, but I'm really talking to my fellow commissioners. I'm really worried that we're stopping this because it's a Somali museum. What if this was a Swedish museum or something like that? Would we be having the same conversation? I'm really worried and I'm concerned about that. So
thank you, Commissioner French, Commissioner Severson for the first time, and then Vita for the second time.
Thank you, President Bourne. I didn't want to comment on this. I've been holding my card to my sleeve here, but I want to encourage my commissioners to understand and remember that North and Northeast Minneapolis have been cheated for years, in my opinion. We deserve green space along the riverfront, and I don't want to make this a personal issue of who we want where, but what I do want to make sure is that the community, including the Somali community, can have access to the riverfront. If we're purchasing properties for a substantial amount of money along that street, which we are, I think it's in the best interest that we continue to move forward and ensure that everyone has access to this beautiful space. And I agree with the commissioner from District 1 that we should knock this building down and create the green space and figure out another option for the Somali Museum.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Vita for the second time.
Thank you, President Bourne. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, I've heard that this building has mold in it, and that's like it's infested with mold, and that's why it's been empty for 7 years. Is it any truth to that?
President Bourne, Commissioner Vita, I haven't actually been in the building, but the building, we don't go in the building because we believe there could be problems with it. So the building has not been occupied. Any type of building that's not occupied has the potential for deterioration and contamination, as you're mentioning. It's very likely that kind of condition does exist, but it doesn't mean the building is not usable. It would take some effort to go through the cleanup to make certain that it's safe for occupancy.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Hassan for the final time.
Well, I just want to clarify again. I don't think the resolution says that the Somali Museum will move into this building anytime soon. Let's be clear. I don't know why we're going to run and saying that this building, we're only saying that we're just like any other museum that's on a parkland. The museum should be welcomed in our park system, so they can have a space, so they can build. And I think Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder was clear that this resolution only says that. I think the idea came from Representative Noor. So you can go to the state, ask money, add into the legislature, if I'm not wrong. I don't know why we have to go around all this time and spend all this energy and organize all these people so they can just comment against, a museum on a parkland. I see no point in that. And I support having a small museum in our park system. It doesn't have to be on that land. I get it. Some of the neighbors, they have every right to be heard. And I welcome that. But I'm just not happy that they should be stopped. They want to delay this resolution so that they can pass and delay, just like any other process that comes before here. Just like those kids who want a safe parking lot, so they can park and then use, the mosque and, and learn, do their homework, so they can get access to homework up and stuff. Come on, we could do better, guys.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Secretary Ringgold had pointed out to my attention that we have 2 time certain items that we've gone a few minutes over. So that said, I'm going to recess the full board to go into the Planning Committee. Chair Forney.
Thank you. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to have the Secretary call the roll, convene the Planning Committee.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, May 15th, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. So we have 2 public hearings. One of them is about Falwell Park Phase 1 improvements. And Daniel Elias is here to present that. Go for it.
All right. Thank you, Chair Forney. Commissioners, I'm here to present the playground concept for Falwell Park as part of the public hearing tonight. As many of you know, Falwell Park is a large tract of land in North Minneapolis. That's just south of Dowling Avenue between Humboldt and Knox. The Park Board purchased the land through condemnation, completing the acquisition in 1917. There's a mix of active recreation features on the northern half and passive recreation features on the southern half, including 5 ball fields, a football complex that does have lighting, a multi-use field, a wading pool, multiple playgrounds, as well as tennis courts that don't currently function as tennis courts. The Falwell Park Master Plan, as part of the North Service Area Master Plan, doesn't make wholesale changes to the park, but does rearrange the mix of amenities to improve safety and accessibility. Overall, the proposed design builds on the existing natural and recreational assets and makes targeted improvements and modifications designed to make the park more safe and active. You'll note a consolidated playground area south of the recreation center, as well as a relocation of the wading pool to that active use zone where outdoor basketball courts are expanded, the removal of 2 ball fields to accommodate multi-use field improvements and football without being played on the baseball ag line, and then the renovation of tennis courts and the inclusion of an all-wheel park along with other improvements to the park. The Phase 1 improvements project has funding dating back to 2015, 2 $300,000 allocations of net debt bonds and capital levy, which were allocated toward athletic field improvements. We have 2017 MPP 20 money for plan implementation, $100,000 youth sports grant, as well as some park dedication money. The limitations on some of the funding goes into the scope of the Phase 1 improvements. You'll note here that the overall master plan estimated $8.7 million of improvements in 2019 dollars. We have just over $1 million for this Phase 1 improvements project, but Falwell does have another allocation in 2022 for $1 million. So the scope of the Phase 1 improvements project, mostly driven by the condition of the assets in the park, as well as the funding restrictions dating back to 2015, are renovated tennis courts with pickleball striping, improving the multi-use athletic field on the western side of the park to include lighting and irrigation, expanding the area for field sport play into the fall evenings, and then new playground equipment and surfacing, which is the subject of tonight's public hearing, along with trail and lighting improvements, which include a new accessible path from the parking lot to the new playgrounds, as well as from the public right-of-way at Knox down to the playground and the recreation center as well. To go along with those, the Park Board's already completed two relatively minor projects that have benefited Falwell Park, including a 2018 drainage improvements project to keep the flooding away from the southwest trail, as well as a water line repair that was completed this year that has allowed the wading pool to reopen after it was closed for the majority of 2018. The community engagement for this project includes 3 key stakeholder meetings, 5 pop-up engagement sessions within the park and the recreation center and outside that included 80 plus engagements, an online survey that had 19 responses, and then our typical public hearing mailings, news releases, gov deliveries, and our project website. Overall, we engaged with approximately 100 members of the Falwell community to inform this project. You note that the location of the playground improvements is in line with the master plan location that shows for a consolidation of playground improvements just to the south of the existing recreation center. There are a few challenges with this playground, the existing containers that were built. One is accessibility. Currently, neither playground container is accessible either from the right-of-way or from the parking lot. The slope of the containers themselves is quite a bit steeper than we would typically build if we were building new, which has limited some of the playground equipment options. Construction access is a challenge for this site because it sits right in the middle of the park, so we'll have to make sure that we're coordinating this work with the field improvements to the west. And then the available budget for the playground was also a limiting factor. So we were able to bring to the community 3 distinctly different playground designs, one for the 2 to 5 container as well as the 5 to 12-year-old container, and vet these through the community with a focus of obviously making sure that what we're showing the community is within our project budget, but that it's going to maximize the play value of the equipment that we're going to be able to install. The overwhelming selection from the community ended up being the Alpha Tower, as well as the 2 to 5 play structure shown here. Some of the comments we received: kids love slides, incorporate monkey bars if possible. This is what I would have enjoyed playing on as a kid. I think it offers the most for kids. The large tower is cool, and again, it needs monkey bars. We then also engaged the community around sort of the color scheme, regardless of what equipment was selected. And for those who know Falwell neighborhood, they have a pretty distinct brand color scheme, and that ended up being the favorite to go with sort of the green and the blue that does represent the Falwell neighborhood organization. So the 2 to 5-year-old concept here also does include the swings and the spinners within that same container, making sure that if in the future the upper or more southern playgrounds are removed in the future, that we will still have both a 2 to 5, 5 to 12, as well as swings. And this would be then the area that would have expanded play in the future per the master plan. And then the view of the preferred concept with, you'll note, monkey bars. And then the overall image. So the focus of this playground is really play value, trying to, with the money we have budgeted for playground equipment improvements, provide the most play value, the play equipment that can get the most amount of kids on it really at one time, the bright colors to represent the Falwell neighborhood, and then monkey bars are included. The overall schedule here, tonight's a public hearing. We are moving forward with the bidding of the remainder of the work. The tennis courts and the athletic fields is moving forward through the bidding process. We would be bringing you a construction contract award in August, and we anticipate, if we receive positive bids, that we would have construction start after Labor Day and be done by the end of the year, with the caveat being that the athletic field would likely need to be fenced off and remain closed for turf establishment into the fall of 2020, similar to what we've done with other parks where we need to let the grass grow in. And that is my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. So I will open up the hearing, public hearing, if anybody has any comments. We do not have anybody who has signed up. Is there anybody here who neglected to sign up and would like to make any comments about it? I don't see any hands, so with that, I will close then the public hearing. And being it is 6:30, I'm going to move right smack over into our next public hearing, which is about Father Hennepin Bluff Park. And Kelly Wilcox is here to present for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Fournier and Commissioners. I am here to talk about Upper Father Hennepin Bluff Park, which in this case includes just the upper triangle. We have approximately $1 million worth of rehabilitation funding, and so we chose to limit the scope of the project to Upper Father Hennepin Bluff Park. This design was an extension of the master plan that was completed in 2016. One note, several of the initiatives that were identified in the master plan, upon meeting with the Public Works Department and the Bicycle Advisory Council, they asked us to take some of those initiatives off the table, and we would work cooperatively on a more citywide comprehensive bike plan. Several of the initiatives were about improving circulation across the Stone Arch Bridge and to several other bike paths. And a lot of that land is city land and would be within the city's easement on parkland. So with that in mind, these are the initiatives that we were able to incorporate. And it is essentially all of the initiatives identified by the master plan, with the exception of like high-speed bike transportation. So that does include improving the sidewalk along Main Street, providing an improved path along the bluff, just right here. I guess I should ask so you're familiar, this is on the northeast side of the Stone Arch Bridge. Build a new performance area that allows for gathering away from the river, and then a lot of interest in invasive vegetation, and finally adding a restroom facility and/or a visitor center. We had an extensive community engagement process. We identified 7 different focus groups. There's a lot of interest in this park. Since the master plan was completed, there have been several new residents and residential towers built across the street. So a lot of interest in biking, a lot of interest in the natural vegetation of the park and the river. We engage the Native American community. This is a sacred site for them. And then we have some power users who just are always at the park, so we engaged the residents in the neighborhood. These are the priorities. The priorities that are in yellow are the ones we were able to achieve in the first phase. So we did a series of prioritization exercises and did some surveys to ask people of those initiatives from the master plan, what would they prioritize? So, without further ado, here's the plan. So the number one priority, essentially across the board, was to restore this bluff path. It's a premier view of downtown Minneapolis and a unique opportunity to walk against the bluff on the east side. So we are restoring a bluff path, but also holding it back 10 feet so we can restore vegetation along the path. In general, there are 3 different kinds of vegetation on the site. There's a central gathering lawn that would be a groomed, possibly irrigated and mowed space for gathering and events that slopes down towards the performance area. This area and this area would be left natural, as well as portions of this area, and we would incorporate a bee lawn in those spaces, as well as what we're calling a dry riverbed along here, which is where all the drainage in the site will be captured, and so we'll have some native plantings that are appropriate for stormwater management. The area against the bluff will be restored to a natural state with native species in order to help restore and maintain the bluff. This is a very high use area for events such as this weekend with the Stone Arts Festival. So we have worked with our staff to determine a better way for staff trucks to come onto the site. One concern was that trucks were driving up against the bluff and there was a fair amount of erosion there. So we are bringing trucks onto the site where they can this is a drivable path around here, and they can drop off and then come back out at this cul-de-sac. There are new picnic tables along the perimeter. We are proposing to maintain the structure of the existing shelter and cover it, take the roof off it, which has become very high maintenance, and cover it with a pergola-like structure with a sort of a walking pathway there. Again, the dry riverbed would include a very, very natural play area for kids. We had a lot of requests for play areas, and so it'll essentially be rocks and logs along the dry riverbed. This area will be essentially kept green with a bee lawn. And then along here, we will be replacing some existing trees and opening up the views into the park from the bluff, or from Main Street, and include 3 sheltered areas for sitting and eating. This area here is again just a meandering path through the existing vegetation. This shelter would include 3 restrooms, a drinking fountain, and then a performance stage with a sunscreen, and as well as some storage for staff. I think we have some blow-ups of each of those spaces. The site furnishings are meant to be native-feeling limestone amongst native plantings coming down the dry creek bed. And then that is the termination back onto Main Street.
Thank you, Kelly. So I will open up the public hearing. I have 4 people who have signed up, all on different sheets. But anyway, so I'm going to give each one of you 2 minutes. I got out of order here, but we will start with Ted Tucker.
Thank you, Chair Forney and Commissioners. I'm Ted Tucker, 319 5th Street Southeast. I'm co-chair of the steering committee of the community engagement process for the redesign of this park, along with Cordelia Pearson. I was chair of the 2016 Central Riverfront Regional Park Master Plan, CAC, and I'm pleased that the principles developed in that plan are being implemented in this schematic plan. In general, we are happy with the schematic plan, particularly these elements: a welcoming pedestrian path along the bluff, a new gathering place with a bandshell and restrooms away from the bluff, lighting to help the park feel safe and welcoming after dark, and a plaza to connect the park to the east end of the Stone Arch Bridge. As design development proceeds, we look for resolution of these issues. First, a path surface for the bluff trail that discourages cyclists but is friendly to pedestrians. Second, lighting that is muted yet sufficient to make the park usable after dark. And third, better wayfinding for pedestrians and cyclists at the east end of the Stone Arch Bridge. Your staff and designer have been very responsive to the community through your engagement process, and we encourage them to continue their consultations with the St. Anthony Falls Heritage Board about the Heritage Trail, changes to that, and Minneapolis Public Works about the relationship between the park and Main Street and 6th Avenue Southeast. Our steering committee continues to be available to help with design development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Next one I have is John, I think it's Dietrich. Is John here?
Good evening, Chair Forney and members of the Park Board. John Dietrich, 150 2nd Street North, 150 2nd Street Northeast, Unit 513, Minneapolis. I was on the steering committee with Mr. Tucker and the others, and I wanted just to be present to see the results of the presentations, and I'm here to also support the master plan and the committee's work and the resolution that Mr. Tucker had mentioned of the path surface, the lighting, the wayfinding, and really the interaction between the city of Minneapolis and the bicycle trails that come into that park. It is such a critical hub between Main Street and, underneath 3rd Avenue down by the Astor to how people get to the Stone Arch Bridge. It really needs to have some very fine levels of detail to determine bicycles, scooters, walking, so that people are able to go through there and feel comfortable without having signage all the way around. So it needs to be intuitive. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Appreciate your comments. And next one is Edna Brasidas.
Yes, I also was on the Central Riverfront Master Plan CAC, and I'm really happy to see that this project is going forward. I particularly am happy to see a bluff trail, which has been a missing element for a long time, and appreciate the community engagement and the involvement of staff in this project. I just want to point out that this is, Boom Island also is a part of the same plan and part of the regional park, and it deserves to have community engagement as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brasidas. And then lastly, I have Cordelia Pearson.
Good evening, Commissioners. Cordelia Pearson. I serve as the Mississippi River Parkway Commissioner for the region, as well as a co-chair of the steering committee, and thank you for the opportunity to have public input on this. I have 4 points to make. We're broadly very enthusiastic, very excited about this. Indigenous peoples, let's ensure that as this plan goes through its next stages of review by the Heritage Board and others, that the Indigenous peoples have a chance to shape this park and its future within this schematic. There are some great opportunities for that. Second, lighting doesn't mean safety. So let's look at how to make the park safer without necessarily putting lighting along the bluff trail, or if there is lighting there, having it be at the bollard level. That might create greater maintenance questions, but I think given that this is the Mississippi River corridor critical area, paying attention to lighting and how that's done is very important. Don't treat it just like any other park. Third, the bluff trail is fabulous. Let's look at ways to make it either a permeable surface or a soft surface that will discourage people biking, using segways and scooters on that trail. It's super important to protect the safety in this area, and one of the challenges we have is people in different modes speeding by each other together with dogs on leashes. So it's for safety and also for ecological reasons. Let's raise that bluff trail and have it a soft surface or permeable. And then finally, We were reminded several times that the park board has jurisdiction over the park, but not over Main Street, and the park users don't interact that way. They interact with the public space, whether it's Public Works or the park board. There are some key critical areas. The pinch point at the west end near Pillsbury A Mill. How do you guide cyclists and peds to stay separate? Crossing Main Street, and then clarifying bike routes when you come off the Stone Arch Bridge. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Is there anybody else who didn't have an opportunity to sign up and would like to say anything? If not, I will close then the public hearing, and I'll return, if that's okay. Okay, we'll finish off the Planning Committee agenda, and so I return to the Falwell Park, and I believe that Commissioner Severson, you had your light on, so I'd like to.
Thank you, Chair Forney. In that plan, so I'm thankful, one of the biggest reasons I ran for Park Board to jump it out for the tennis courts at Falwell. They were just a mess. Been out of use for years, so I'm excited I hope we see that fairly soon. But one question I had was, it looked like we were missing the bathrooms in that master plan. So are we going away from having bathrooms to not having outdoor bathrooms?
Commissioner Severson, commissioners, the master plan does include a new restroom storage building near the tennis courts in that area. It isn't clear whether or not that's necessarily sheltering for porta potties or if that's a plumbed facility. There isn't available budget for that item, so it is still a part of the Falwell Park master plan to have some sort of restroom facility up to serve the southern side of that park near the tennis courts, but it's not included in the Phase 1 improvements project.
I just want to be super clear that I'm not interested in porta potties when we have plumbed bathrooms already. One of the most questions I get asked in the public is, how come we don't have more plumbed restrooms? I have been asked that questions many times about Theda Worth, Victory Memorial. So I just want to be on record as figuring out a way to have a plumbed bathroom. And I'm happy to hear you say storage as well, because I was at Falwell the other day and noticed that we're using a storage container for storing, I'm assuming stuff for maintenance next to the plumbed bathrooms on the hill. The other question, are we going to lose the hill right behind that baseball diamond there?
Are you referring to sort of in the west central portion of the park to the south of the new multi-use field?
Yes.
No. So the new trail that we are proposing, the accessible trail that will cut through there, will essentially sort of ride the ridge of that trail and then sort of cut into that hill. That hill will not disappear. It'll remain. The athletic field elevation is quite similar to the existing elevation, and the tennis court elevation will remain as it is, so there'll still be that grade change. We're just providing an accessible route that sort of slices through that hill.
Okay. I just want to be on record as well that hills provide a lot of recreation, whether it's rolling down the hill, whether it's sliding down the hill, whether it's watching movies on the hill, whatever that is. So I just want to make sure that the hills stay in and that they're important. So once again, I just want to make sure that we keep a plumbed bathroom, and I would hate to see us lose plumbed bathrooms. And I'm not interested in saying that we have bathrooms down in the recreation facility, because I've heard folks say that. I'm more interested in keeping a plumbed bathroom on the hill. Thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners, on Falwell Park? Not? Lights on. Okay, so I'll take a motion to move resolution 2019-240. Somebody want resolution approving the playground concept plan for Falwell Park, and I heard somebody saying a motion. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. Okay, now we will move on then to the upper portion of the, to the upper portion. And if there are any questions, I see one, excuse me, Commissioner Meyer.
Kelly, can you come back up and show us that map again? First, I want to say I'm very excited about this. Father Hennepin hasn't been upgraded since, I believe it's the 70s. It's been quite a while. It's definitely in need of this upgrade. I'm very excited about the new pedestrian path along the bluff and the band shell and bathrooms and lots of other upgrades. I wanted to ask about a couple things. First, you've identified where you want the cyclists not to go on that pedestrian path and various design elements to discourage that. Can you tell us where do you envision commuters going as they're going across the Stone Arch Bridge, going north? Like where should they be going? Is it along that eastern edge?
Commissioner Meyer and commissioners.
Is your microphone not working? All right. Your microphone. Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay. For the time being, probably the path of least resistance is along where this black dashed line is. This road right here is, as you know, cobblestone, and this is a broken cobblestone street along Main Street. So it's very difficult for bike commuters to come across the Stone Arch Bridge. They have to divert either to the east or west side of 6th Avenue Southeast to get up into the neighborhoods. There is the Granary Path that cuts to the University of Minnesota, and that is a possible future development option. But for the time being, commuter bikes really have these two options if they're going down 6th Avenue Southeast to go on either side of the street.
That's basically on these existing sidewalks, is that right?
Yeah, and there is an additional 6 feet of asphalt in the median between the curb and the sidewalk.
You're saying we're adding 6 feet, is that?
It's there currently. It has already been added to help with this issue.
Okay, I did get some feedback saying that people are concerned because we have the same issue of bikers running into walkers along that sidewalk, and the bikers choose not to go in the street because of the cobblestones that are really bumpy for them. My second question is about the plaza there, that cul-de-sac, which I understand was built there for the university's steam plant, but that they no longer need it. Needed to be at least the full cul-de-sac. So I'm wondering, what changes are we making to that? Like, is it going to become elevated? Is it going to be basically the same?
We haven't determined definitively that it's not needed in terms of transportation, and we will need to work with the city to define whether that cul-de-sac is needed for emergency vehicles. In the time being, we are proposing to have a ramped perimeter of the portion that is on park board land, which is this portion right here, that we would ramp that so that vehicles can access the park and that bikes can roll over it more effectively.
Can you explain what a ramped perimeter is?
Excuse me?
What's a ramped perimeter?
So we would basically a rollover curb. So we would get rid of the curb. Right now, bikes have to jump the curb around this whole perimeter. We're talking about just creating a ramp along that entire perimeter so that bikes, and it's easier to roll right over the curb. Getting rid of the curb, making a zero entry kind of ramp. Okay.
I see. All right, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? I have a couple. Sorry, Kelly. You said something about commuter bicyclists. On Stone Arch Bridge, what is our quote-unquote speed limit?
10 miles an hour? From Commissioner Forney, I've heard 10 miles an hour. A lot of the concerns that we heard weren't as much about how fast, but all the different modes of transportation that are convening on the bridge. And when they get to the end of the bridge, they don't know where to go. So one of our biggest tasks is to make sure that wayfinding coming off the bridge, we can at least take the more recreational wheeled vehicles as well as walkers and maybe the segways and the scooters away from the high-speed bikers. So that's part of what we're trying to accomplish with the plaza.
And I thank you. The reason why I'm asking the question, and Chief Ohio probably knows the answer to this, being that the bridge is owned by Hennepin County? Anyway, no, who's it? Department of Transportation. Right, okay, but I just wondered if because there's two different jurisdictions, is there clarity of who, okay, all right, that's.
We control the service.
Okay, and I believe that it is 10 miles per hour throughout the entire system. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just that clarity when you said those couple words and everything. And I guess, the other question I need to ask is that during the Central Riverfront, and we've got the expert I know sitting in the row there, the former chair, was there any conversation about about pedestrianising, I'm not even sure if that's the right word, anyway, Main Street? Was there any conversation? Yes, Ted, if you could please, indicate if that was a conversation, I'd appreciate it. Chair Tucker.
Thank you, Chair Forney, Commissioners. Yes, during the CAC discussions, Main Street was looked at as an intermittent vehicle street so that it could be closed as it is often for races, events. Certainly wanted to keep it open to serve the commercial on the neighborhood side of that street, but it was never expected to be an important part of the automobile transportation system. So the pedestrianization, is that what we're looking for? Exactly. Would be in keeping with the principles of the CAC plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If there's no other questions or anything like that, I'll take a motion to move Resolution 2019-241, resolution approving concept plan for park improvements to the upper portion of Father Hennepin Bluff Park.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, so moved. I'll take a motion then to adjourn the planning committee.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.
I'm reconvening the full meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I believe, unless her light was to remind me that we were at a time-sensitive item, I believe you had your light on to speak, Commissioner Forney.
I was just going to call the question.
Okay.
To the amendment.
To the amendment. I will, Commissioner Forney, is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, there's been a motion to call the question on the amendment. Is there a second? All of those in favor of calling the question, can we take a roll call?
Does everyone know what it is we're voting on since it's been a
Commissioner
while?
Myers, this is on Commissioner Myers' amendment to the main motion.
This is the previous question to that, yes.
Yep. And
So it means we have no more debate after this, and then we vote on the amendment, then you vote on the final motion.
Yeah.
Three votes.
I am interested in speaking, but Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
So, I'm sorry, there's some confusion, I think. We're voting right now to
Okay.
call the question.
Excuse me. Yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
The motion is to call the question.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Then-
So
Thank
can
you.
we do that over,
Changing your
please?
vote, Commissioner Forney.
Yes. And I believe Commissioner French is.
That's what I was going for.
I did it right.
Can I,
Point of information.
point of information, could we ask Commissioner Meyer to read that one more time, please, so we know what we're voting on? Thank
Well,
you.
we're voting on previous question first, but, so the resolution.
We're right now voting to end debate. And
Thank you.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Meyer can read the motion.
Read it later.
after
Okay.
that,
Right.
after we've decided whether or not to continue debate. So Secretary, would you please start the
Sorry.
roll over?
This will take a two-thirds vote.
It's a hot mess, it's fine.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Vice President Hassan,
Aye.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Before we take the roll, will you restate the amendment?
This is a resolution directing staff to explore locations within the Minneapolis park system suitable to accommodate an institutional use, including space for the Somali Museum of Minnesota, and to report findings to the Board of Commissioners on or before September 4th, 2019.
Secretary, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. Now to the main motion, which is Commissioner Myers. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will speak to the main motion. I think Commissioner Myers' substitute, I think, gets us all pretty close to where we want to be. And just a little bit of background on why this was brought forward to the board in the manner it was. It was a request from Representative Newer. That was a time-sensitive request to put on their caucus's bonding priorities. If we are not responsive to our delegations, they may not be responsive to us. So it was a request that Representative Newer put forward and had a deadline, and I appreciate the work that the superintendent, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, Vice President Hassan did with Representative Newer to get this on the agenda. I agree that there probably are some better ways to do it, which is why I extended my apology to Commissioner Meyer before the meeting. Commissioner Meyer's resolution that's now the main motion, I'll just note, does not preclude looking at 1720 Marshall Avenue as a potential site. And it is very much in line with what the main motion is, and I think that once there is a little bit more information on potential cost of the building, I would encourage Vice President Hassan or Commissioner Meyer, if anybody wanted to bring that forward to amend our legislative agenda at that time, which probably does mean that we will miss this next bonding cycle, but if we're not ready, we're not ready. So that said, thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for this motion. I think it gets us all to where we want to be, and expressing support for finding a home for the Somali Museum somewhere in the Minneapolis park system. So, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-232 as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
I'd like to request a roll count, please.
Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Pass.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Hassan,
Aye.
President Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 nay.
The motion carries. Moving on to new business, we have a,
Can we go back to the?
once Commissioner Cogill
Oh,
comes
that's
back. But thank you for the reminder,
Right.
Commissioner Forney. Moving on to new business. Oh, Commissioner Cogill.
Yes.
Hey, you can spill some water.
Commissioner Cogill, we delayed the portions of the consent agenda concerning waterworks. So if I can have a resolution to move consent items 2019-218 through 230
To 2:30.
to 230.
So moved.
Second.
Secretary Ringgold.
President Bourne, I'd look to Brian Rice for this, but I think you already have a first and second for all of those. You were just pausing on them.
would it have been appropriate to deal with other items while there was a live motion on the floor?
You can renew your motion. I
Yes.
think the secretary is correct.
Yeah.
You can just go back to that.
Why don't we just move it a lot? So if we can get another motion for confirmation, I heard a motion and a second for confirmation to bring them back to the floor. Any discussion, Commissioner Cogill?
Yeah, thank you, President Bourne. There are many items here on the consent agenda. I just wanted a brief update about where we're at with the Waterworks mezzanine phase and why we're seeing these contracts now, just so commissioners are all appraised of this. It's a really great project and complex, and really appreciate staff's work on this, and just want to get a little bit of background and check in.
Certainly. Good evening, Commissioners. So I can just give you a brief update and then kind of explain why you're seeing the board actions that look like they do, because it is not necessarily our typical process for how you would see the board actions, although we're kind of following our typical process as far as budgeting and approvals and things. So the Waterworks, as you know, is on the West Bank, just off of the Stone Arch Bridge. This project has been in motion since late 2015, where basically the goal was to build public green space and kind of an underutilized piece of park space that you can see right now has a closed building in front of the condos behind it. And so the requests that you're seeing are basically what would typically be our contract awards, but because of the timing, we have worded a little bit differently in that we are asking you authorize staff to enter into contracts that do not exceed the project budget estimates that are included in that. And part of this is because bids are not going to be opened until tomorrow morning, and so and then they do need some review by city purchasing and civil rights, and so if we then had to return to the board, it could delay our construction start weeks, and we are getting to the point where time is very critical. Some of these contracts have long lead times or come early in the construction, and so one delay could cause significant delays to kind of every other portion of the project. One reason that you're seeing several different contracts is because we have bid this project with a construction manager as agent, and so it's the same design, bid, build process that we typically use with the public bidding process, but rather than there being one contract with a general contractor, there are multiple contracts with smaller contracts, so that the park board holds multiple different contracts. It's not typical to the way we usually do things, but for large complex projects like this, we feel that there are some advantages, both as far as cost and kind of being able to fine tune and control construction, and also just the relationship that it sets up with the construction team during the work. This is how we did the sculpture garden. So again, we would, if any of these bids come back over the budgets that we have put there, then we would come back and seek approval from the board for those, or possibly we would rebid them. This is the kind of flexibility that having a construction manager as agent allows. So, and just to note that the funding for this is in place. I've noted kind of the previous board actions that show that schematic design and concept design have been approved. We've had multiple different agreements and board approval of the different funding sources and everything, and so this is just an important part of kind of continuing on that next step of delivering the park and keeping our commitments to community members and to the project partners. Questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Forney?
My assumption is we're going to approve this, and I just wanted to use this opportunity to thank our partner, the foundation, a project that's $21 million and that they have raised over $14,000, to me, is just an amazing feat, and I'm just so grateful. I mean, this all gives me such goosebumps, really, of what we are doing, and I'm just so thoroughly grateful for this huge lift that they provided, and very exciting. It went back as far as Mary Delaney, I think, was one of the people who had the vision for River First, and we are seeing a huge version of this very soon. So, sorry, I had to make my kudos.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of 2019-218 through 2019-230, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the consent agenda finally carries. Moving on to new business. The night after our last meeting, the concession building at B'nai Makaska burned down, and our staff have been working very hard to try to create a seamless seamless transition for folks that are looking to use the park in the summer. So we're providing the board an update of some of our interim steps right now. So I'll hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
President Bourne, I'll make this short and then allow commissioners to ask questions if they have it. We have been working with insurance adjusters and with Mr. King to identify a path that allows us to, importantly, to be able to knock the building down so that we could restage operations on that site, and then to work out an operational plan that would be important both in what we're calling kind of the immediate term, which would be getting food concessions back on that spot, and then on an interim basis, recognizing that it's going to be some time before we actually get a building back on that site. We want you to recognize that the process that we go through when we engage the community, and especially when we have this opportunity to reimagine a significant and hopefully enduring structure as a replacement, it's going to take some time, and we imagine that that process will probably take up to 2 years. There are several things that it might not seem like there's a lot of activity out there, but there were things that needed to happen after the fire, including the removal of one large tree that was significantly damaged by the fire. We continue to watch the others that were approximate to the building. We lost the electrical service to the building. The building had sanitary, sewer, and water service that had to be cut off at the street and essentially abandoned in place. We had to replace the restroom facilities. So those things we were putting in place, and some of those are still taking a little bit of time to put in place. The electricity is only partially dependent on our ability to get a contractor in place. We still have to look at working with the, with the electrical provider. In the short term, until we can get kind of our temporary electric pedestal out there, temporary being something that will last us for at least 2 years, the concessionaire will likely be running with generators. We recognize that's obtrusive, but there's really no other way to get that operation in place. We have been studying the configuration of uses on that site, and we have, this is working with Shane Stenzel and Annie Olson, and then in the planning division, Dana Murdoch and Cliff Swenson, how we actually position things across the former building to optimize the space. In the immediate condition, the condition that's out there, the fire and the demolition activities left a very uneven surface, one that has several trip hazards, and it's a primary activity for us to try and resolve that. Until then, we have a plan for placing food trucks and some of the other operations that Mr. King would have over the top of those areas, and fencing the rest of the area off so that the subject isn't subject to those tripping hazards. This summer, we will be paving over that area with asphalt to create a smooth surface, and then we can be reconfiguring the food trucks with Mr. King in any number of possible configurations. And we'll work with him so that that really optimizes the way that he can bring service to the community and the way the community can move through that space. Planning for the replacement structure will take us some time. As I mentioned, this is a real opportunity. When this was studied through the Bedé-McCosker-Harriet Master Plan, we recognized the intensity of activities that happen on this corner, which results in congestion, and in some cases people suggested some safety issues relative to drop-offs, the way that the boat launch happened, and the way that pedestrians and bicyclists would move through the area. When we studied the refectory 2 years ago and looked at upgrades to that building, which is now lost, and adding a restroom building, we were focused on reusing the building that housed Lola's. We really have a significant opportunity to make certain that we do this right, and it will take some time, and we'll get there through the normal engagement processes that we use. So when we look at a construction of a replacement structure, we don't see anything happening there until 2021 to make certain that we move through the right kind of process. But until that time, we're going to continue to work with Lola's to make certain that we're optimizing the way they can operate on the site, and providing the services they need to be successful.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Questions, comments? I see Commissioner Meyer, followed by Cogill, followed by Forney.
Thank you for the update on this. Something I wanted to begin the conversation about that I've had some initial discussions with staff and a few commissioners about. Like I mentioned for the previous item about the museum, I feel like whenever we rebuild a building, we should consider adding some floors above it. I think it's a lost opportunity when we have just one-story buildings. When if we added something above that, it could help finance the project on the first floor or other things. So I'd like that to be part of this discussion. I don't have any particular idea of what that should be. It could be a small amount of maybe affordable housing. Like, one thought that occurred to me is, some people said, Native Americans didn't have much involvement around that lake. Maybe we could change that and have a Native-oriented housing project. I think, for example, for the people who were at the Navigation Center, maybe the Navigation Center is closed. Maybe this could be a permanent place for them. But yeah, I'd just like to add that to the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I have Cogill, Forney, Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I have a couple of items here. I appreciate the update very much. I'm wondering, so I know we talked a bit about, we're talking mainly about the building itself and the site, but I'm just wondering at this time, what is the status of any charges that are being filed against the individuals that were associated? Maybe this is a question for council. And is MPRB party to those charges?
Mr. Chair, I think I would defer to the chief of police. Okay. May have a better answer.
Okay.
President Bourne, Commissioner Cogill, there's been one adult male who's been charged with causing a negligent fire, which is a felony in Hennepin County Court.
Okay. And are we pressing those charges as the park board, or is that a city item?
No, the county attorney ultimately brings charges.
Okay.
For the violation of state law.
Okay. Thank you. My other couple of questions. In this interim time when we have this kind of space that's pretty flexible, our contract with Lola's, is that an exclusive use for the entirety of the paved space on that site?
President Bourne, Commissioner Cogill, that's how we've been looking at it. We can go back and look more closely at the agreement that we have with Mr. King to make certain that that's the case, but that's how we've been looking at it, okay. Such that he would have the opportunity to coordinate with other vendors if he needed to bring in other food trucks, but it would be him coordinating that effort.
It would be his discretion. Okay. Yeah, I would love to see that be encouraged, I suppose. Maybe I think it's just a great opportunity to have more diversity of items there, and kind of exciting to have that opportunity at this time.
Cogill, Council Rice has a response to that question.
Yes,
okay.
I believe on the, I looked this up and communicated to President Bourne shortly afterwards. I think that Mr. King or Lola's on the lake has exclusive arrangement within, I believe it's 1,000 feet of the location.
Okay.
But the board could have other vendors outside of that 1,000-foot zone.
Of the location of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And then a final question is, do we know what determinations have been made regarding insurance settlements or anything?
President Bourne, Commissioner Cogill, so we did go through, and Dana Murdoch had been working very closely with the insurance adjusters, and I believe we reached a conclusion on that. I know there were some reports that the building was valued at something like $2 million. That was far in excess of the value of the building. I think the final determination was something closer to $600,000 or $650,000.
Gotcha. Okay. Great. And my only other comment is that I appreciate Commissioner Meyer's ideas as a starting place. I think that, especially given the history of this lake and this site, and some of the issues that the city is currently facing regarding housing, that it would be a great thought to look at, or at least bring the idea forward in the community engagement process regarding housing, especially for communities that have traditionally been excluded from these kinds of processes. And I'm just very excited about the opportunity to rebuild and create something really vital and new and 21st century at this park space.
Thank you, Commissioner Colgill. Commissioner Forney?
Thank you for the update. You know, everybody, of course, is asking the questions and speculating and everything, and thank you for the clarity as far as, you know, the exclusive use and what is defined by that and everything. I think it's very important for the community to understand that. I was a part of the Lake Harriet bandstand redo, and we did hearken back to the women's toilets with Harry Wild Jones. We don't have that particular, what should we say, imagery, you know, to be doing here. But I do look at it as an opportunity to do something very exciting, whether or not it's housing or a museum or, you know, whatever. I don't want to even try to put any constraints, you know, on anything. I really look forward to the community. And one of the things that has been suggested to me is possibly even a design contest. So I think there's great opportunity in the sadness of losing this building, and look forward to the process of us engaging the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. My colleague from the 4th asked a very similar question to this, but I'm hoping that you could add a little bit more information for me. It sounds as if we have an insurance policy with a third-party carrier that's covering the loss of this building rather than our self-insurance fund. But is the amount that we will receive through insurance payout enough to replace the building?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, we haven't gone through that process yet, but my guess would be no.
Yeah.
If we look at what we are typically finding for construction costs on a square foot basis, the $650,000 will not be enough to replace it.
Okay. And at what point do we feel we'll know enough about the replacement building to understand what additional cost is going to be added into our budget to replace this building?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, there's a couple different ways to look at it. And I think it's important for us to recognize that we're getting input even tonight on what a replacement building might be. And there may be some efficiencies that are gained that allow us to build a different type of building using some of the additional kinds of uses to reduce the square foot costs that we might face. It's also possible that through the process of designing this building and potentially renegotiating a lease arrangement with the vendor, that we could bring in additional capital in exchange for a longer-term lease. It's a typical kind of lease situation where an occupant might contribute significant capital dollars in return for having a longer operating period in a location. But we're far from having any of those discussions, so I think it'd be a disservice to try and characterize the value of a building that might go back there. It will take us significantly through the process, starting with engaging the community, developing a program, and finally understanding what type of building and how big of a building might go back there.
Okay, so it's unlikely that we'll have that number prior to the points where we're making decisions about our budget for 2020.
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, I think that's a fair assessment. But we don't want to rush into it and fall short. And I think, as we have been talking about for some of the other items, it would behoove us to actually move through a process with diligence and come back with more real numbers that we can apply into a budget.
Okay, thank you very much. The second question I had is about the food trucks and their operation. And I'm wondering, I don't know how damaged the electrical supply is to that space or what it would take. I mean, I've done electrical work, but not for commercial use. So I'm not entirely sure what it would take to allow for electrical hookups to operate those food trucks so that they don't have to be running, or or whatever they would need to run the food trucks so that we wouldn't have to have generators operating on that site all summer. Those small engines are incredibly pollutant heavy, they're loud, they stink. And while I love food trucks because they're awesome and give you a really great way to have an entry level opportunity to get into the restaurant business, I think park users have come to expect that when they're in a park, they're not listening to generators all day. So it's probably not a question you can answer right now, but I'd love if that could be looked into and some could circle back with us.
Actually, President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, we are looking into it. And if I was to have read the full text of this, which we can provide to commissioners, I would have said the MPRB recognizes generators can be obtrusive. We know that, and we know that it's not the ideal. But without generators in the short term, the food trucks can't operate. Yep. Our goal is to establish this pedestal and then provide the services that multiple food trucks would need from this single location. When we looked at this, when the draft of this was originally crafted, that process was about 2 weeks out. This was last Wednesday, I think, when we first started sharing this internally for review. So hopefully we're within about 2 weeks of having electrical service that's will service the food trucks ready for Mr. King's trucks to plug into.
Oh, that's wonderful news.
Yes.
Thank you so much for thinking of that before we even thought to ask you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Are there any other questions or comments? I have a few, and I think Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, then Superintendent Bangora, you've both heard from me a lot over the last couple of weeks on this. One of the things that I guess the question on the paving of the surface and just kind of I have some questions about a couple of things. One, I would like to challenge us to get to the point where we're not looking at July, which may very well turn into August before we can get back to placemaking at that space. And so it sounds like the electrical hookup is imminent. I'm wondering if there are any less expensive, potentially faster, potentially more environmentally friendly alternatives for as opposed to paving scraping the plate that was there. I've heard some people even mention sand, and if that's
President Bourne, let me run through some of the alternatives that staff has looked at, because bituminous seem to be easy and accessible. We're finding that contractors who might be able to do this through our normal state procurement agreements are not available until later in the summer. We've looked at using a lean mix concrete that we could pour over the surface, and basically we're considering this to be essentially a sacrificial surface. We would use this for just a couple of years. We've also looked at using construction matting, which is typical on a construction site and would provide a level or a smooth surface with tapering edges. All of those are possibilities. We know sand has been suggested, but as we're finding after the fire, there was, during the rain that happened even that night, there was a significant amount of discharge that actually went into the lake next door. So we'd be reluctant to put anything there that wouldn't stay in place. We've talked about bringing in some kind of a large, essentially rug. But what we are looking for in particular is something that really eliminates the trip hazards. We could go back and essentially chip off all of the surfaces where the tile is, which is a good portion of those. There's quarry tile surfaces across that, but then we still have the differential at the edge where the foundation wall exists. And it would be a considerable effort to try and grind that down. So we're still looking at alternatives. We're looking at it from the perspective that it's not going to be permanent, that we can live with something that just gets it reasonably smooth and non-trippable fast. And I think when we learn that the asphalt operators are probably booked up, we'd probably start looking to other solutions so that we could get to that point more quickly.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is July is probably a worst case scenario, or July is a realistic scenario?
President Bourne, I can't characterize it right now. We're still looking at options. We may still come back to the option that says we're going to try and peel it as clean as we can get it. Maybe if you allow us to come back on the 26th, or to provide a communication once we figure out a direction, we can do that.
Okay.
That would be more fair than speculating on a determination tonight.
And excuse me, Mr. Stenzel is not here this year. Back of the envelope at its highest revenue generating in the last couple of years. I know our new vendor has they've had a runway to start, but in general, we're doing like 1.2 million out of that site prior to last year. Is that?
President Bourne, I don't know. Mr. Stenzel would know those off the top of his head. I don't have those numbers.
Okay. I remember it being in the low million, and then we get about 12% revenue.
The percentage is correct, yes.
Yeah. So I just want to, there's a couple of, I want us to focus more on placemaking than necessarily revenue generating, because if we're getting maybe $140,000 in revenue, is that worth spending what will probably be millions of dollars to build a new site? So I would just encourage us, I think that can absolutely be a component, but I would really like to take the opportunity to look at placemaking, and maybe it is permanently food trucks, maybe it's permanently no space, maybe it's permanently a year-round space. So I mean, it's a fantastic area, and going back to the work that we've done on the master plan, there's a lot of traffic reconfiguration that has needed to be done, and so I would like us to look at this, but I'm also a little, I would really like our transition to be as seamless as possible, and again, what very may likely be end of summer is a pretty big seam for us, and even with our hearing that we might be 2 years out from a permanent solution, going through our normal processes, this is not a normal event that we face. So this is a pretty historic event, and I think we need a historic response. I had some other questions too, and I would just want to make sure, and I think Commissioner Cogill talked a little bit about this on Hennepin County's process with the charges. I would imagine at some point, Superintendent, that we would be asked to provide a victim impact statement, and I would very much like to ensure that our statement reflects a restorative value in our justice system as much as possible instead of a punitive value. And first and foremost, I'm very appreciative of all the work that our staff has done in response to this disaster. Superintendent, your staff have done a remarkable job in their work, and the most important thing is that nobody was hurt in that fire. And so I think, Superintendent, you said it best, it's just a building and that can be rebuilt, and nobody was hurt. So I think that's the most important thing. Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the update? Seeing none, moving on to item 10B1, I would entertain a resolution on 2019-233, a resolution approving a donation agreement, final concept addendum to the memorandum of understanding between Break the Silence and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board regarding a public art memorial to survivors of sexual violence, proposed to be located in Boom Island Park within the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Before discussion, I'm going to ask Ms. Odell to give a brief update, and it's been a little while since Break the Silence has been here. So, Ms. Odell, do you want to let us know what's changed and transpired since the last time we've had a visit from Break the Silence?
I'd be happy to. Good evening, Commissioners. You have before you a public art project titled Memorial to Survivors of Sexual Violence, and it's proposed for Boom Island Park. Sponsor is Break the Silence. So a little overview on this. It was originally titled Memorial to Rape Survivors. Over the 4 years we've been working on this project, we have changed the title. Proposed by Sarah Super of Break the Silence, who is present in the audience tonight. Funded through donations, and designed by a very professional team, including artist Lori Green and Joan McLeod and others of Damon Farber Landscape Architects looking at the site. We do believe this is the first memorial of its kind in the nation, and staff has reviewed the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park Master Plan and believe that it is in compliance with that. You'll see here the red circle that indicates the proposed location, and it is adjacent to interpretive opportunity in that master plan, and also adjacent to flexible gathering space, which is what is being proposed with this memorial. I want to pause just a second to point out that this is a public art proposal, and as such, we have taken it through engagement and review according to our public art policies and procedures. So it's not a capital program, so it doesn't go through MPRB staff engagement efforts. So we always ask that the sponsors of the art work on engagement efforts in cooperation and receiving advice from Park Board staff, and that's what's happened here over the last 4 years. So some of the engagement that has occurred includes, we often ask that there be one public meeting with people in the area. Break the Silence has done 2 with the St. Anthony West Neighborhood Organization. They also have done outreach at Break the Silence Days in Minneapolis, open houses, and we have taken it through our public art review process, which includes internal staff, our executive team. When it was first proposed in 2016, we came through that point, put it on hold for fundraising, and brought it through both of those reviews again. We also brought it before the city's Public Art Advisory Panel, which is a subcommittee of the Minneapolis Arts Commission, and we have had it reviewed by a arts conservator. So the concept design is very similar to the first proposal that came through. There's a central gathering plaza. It has a sandblasted ripple design pattern on it. The theme behind this is that by breaking the silence around sexual violence, it ripples out in positive ways into the community. There's seating elements that allow conversation in this space. And also important, in addition to the plants and the accessible paths, are 3 mosaic monuments. And the idea with mosaic is that something once shattered can be brought back together whole and beautiful. We also have mosaic artist Lori Green in the audience today if you have any questions about that. She's got some beautiful examples of artwork that she's done, and one of the updates to the design is her drawings on the right-hand side showing her ideas for the mosaics at this site. So what you're looking at tonight to approve is this donation agreement. So oftentimes we will host art on public land, and the donor, the sponsor, is responsible for maintenance. In this situation, they're donating it to us along with a maintenance endowment so that we can care for it for those 10 years. You're also passing an addendum to the MOU, which allows us to continue our cooperative effort with Break the Silence. And the hope is that we can start construction this summer with a dedication in the fall. If you will entertain a couple minutes to have Sarah Super and Lori Green say a few things, come on up.
Welcome back, Ms. Super and Ms. Green.
Do I need to introduce myself? Can I just speak?
Sure.
I am not used to speaking in public except in small classrooms. So the memorial consists of, there's actually 5 panels on 3 panels, but they're double-sided. The first one is a figure in pain, alone, or at least feeling very alone. I'm a 3-time survivor of sexual assault, so some of it is drawing from my own experience, and some of it is from so many people that I know. And then the second panel features 3 figures, 2 helping the first figure. They're transforming, so initially their figures have no gender. Yeah, we have images. Okay. I don't know, I don't know, you can see them?
Yes.
Okay. So the second one is, it's the 2 figures together. And light is beginning to occur, so a break is happening. One is holding the other. I think I feel like they're both helping each other. The third, it's 3 people together. Again, there's this, it's starting to lighten up. It's so hard to talk about. It's all really personal. The fourth one, she is free, and she's able to move again on her own. And the fifth is everyone together, of us all coming together. You can ask me questions. I'm better at answering questions than I am at speaking.
Well, thank you, Louie. As we've conceptualized this memorial, the question has come up of what would a memorial of this type look like? We know it's in public space. We know it's near a playground. We want to be respectful of the neighbors, the children who utilize this park. We have no intention of triggering the pain, but rather validating the suffering of people who've endured this and creating a place for healing and validation. So as Lori and I were talking about the mosaics and what the story of the mosaic should be, it really it struck us that it shouldn't be something from like darkness to light explicitly, or like pain to healing as a linear line, but rather something that we could all identify with, which was feeling alone to feeling connected, and feeling the solidarity of a community behind us, which is really what that last panel is all about. And then, as Lori said, there's 3 panels, 2 sides. The 6th side will be the descriptive signage of what this space is actually about.
Thank you, Ms. Super, Ms. Green, Ms. Odell. Are there any questions for any of our presenters? I see Vita, followed by Vice President Hassan, followed by Meyer.
So I don't have a question, but I met with Miss Sarah Super on Saturday, lovely breakfast, had a conversation about the public art. I think it's great. We also had a conversation about some of the issues I had at a previous board meeting around funding, and talked through some of those things. Potentially a grant from Hennepin County can offset the money that we talked about here at the park board. I also let Ms. Super know that that is my issue and I'm not supportive financially. But after our conversation, I did have quite a bit of women reach out to me about this space potentially being a triggering space for them and not as much as a healing space. And so I want to take that into account also. We did talk about what this would look like, and I share with you some of the horror stories that people thought it could look like, you know, to walk in this space. I also had people talk about the time for community input and really wanting to understand like how they could be heard. Now we've just had, you know, some clarity on what happened, but there were some concerns from women who live near the park that felt like they never had a chance to participate in proper engagement around this.
So we began this project 4 years ago, and I just want to clarify, as Colleen mentioned, the process that we've gone through is different than I know that other public park planning has. Because it's a privately funded public art process, we do have a different process that we've met the needs for. But I also want to start by saying that it's actually almost 4 years to date. I was at the park board meeting June 17th, 2015. I spoke at open time as a woman who had just been raped 6 weeks earlier. And this project was something that was inspired by a book I had read on the healing of trauma for sexual and domestic violence survivors. And the question was comparing the trauma and the lack of validation of survivors of gender-based violence to those who have returned home from war. And the question around who gets memorialized, whose stories gets told, whose lives are validated in public space with public art. And we namely see men, and namely white men, memorialized or revered in public art depictions. I know there's efforts to change that. in the 4 years, this project was really the first thing to come out of this painful experience for me. And even 6 weeks after, I was not alone. I was with survivors who chose to join me in support of proposing this project. But what followed after was something I could not have expected, which was a local movement turned into a national movement, not necessarily by me, but by Tarana Burke and other survivor leaders across the country. But here in Minneapolis, we did host community truth-telling events that drew hundreds of people right across from where the proposed site is, Boom Island Park at the Ukrainian Event Center along Main Street. We've hosted a photography project, numerous public demonstrations and protests, online Facebook group with over 650 survivors in the local area. We started and ended a survivor choir, and we've had multiple initiatives that have engaged hundreds, if not thousands, of people. We have 9,000 followers following this on social media, and have invited people to these park board meetings since the very beginning. So I'm aware that not everybody has heard of this, but we've really reached out to local media and had some coverage that's helped bring more and more people into the picture and invited their input into this project.
Thank you. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. Again, I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you for Sarah Super and all the people that are working. And I've supported this for the first time, and I'm passionate. And I'll tell you, like here, where I came from, Somalia, it's happening every day. And I hear all the stories, and here in Minneapolis, around the world. And now that they can find people that live, it makes me happy. And within our own park system. So thank you for bringing this initiative. It's great. It's awesome. Keep it up.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. I would like to add that we've mentioned that this is the first in the nation of its kind, but that there was actually the past few weeks a national memorial, a monument quilt on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., honoring survivors of sexual violence. So if you haven't seen that, feel free to look that up.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you both for all of your work on this and your courage to break the silence. I wanted to look back at the engagement calendar. Colleen, can you put that back up on the screen? I just wanted to emphasize how many engagement events there have been, more than a dozen by my count. I think few of our projects ever reached this level of engagement. The board before us, approved this site. Last year, we added to that a donation agreement where we help with some of the park-related funding of that. And I'm just going to read from the staff report about what that element is. It says, if approved, the MPRB would direct funding to the memorial project as it would for a typical regional trail construction project. The MPRB is seeking funding from the Hennepin County Environmental Response Fund to address soil issues revealed as part of geotechnical investigations, which indicate extensive buried rubble and debris in the proposed location. The MPRB would also provide funding for typical trail amenities such as benches, contributing the portion of the cost of the proposed benches to the amount the MPRB would typically pay for a bench along the trail. This approach to funding is reflected in the donation agreement. So the things that we are funding are the type of things that we fund all the time along our regional trails. And as Commissioner Vita mentioned, we can appeal to Hennepin County with their Environment Response Fund to help cover the costs of that soil remediation. So this is not unusual. When the board approved the site, it was unanimous for that. I feel like the comments about this triggering at this particular location could apply to any location. So it's almost an argument for it not to exist at all if that's the case. But I didn't see anything in the artwork that I would think would be, particularly out of place. And I think that, this is a very carefully thought out project that will help, rehabilitate people, provide a space that isn't provided elsewhere, you know, we have lots of memorials in our park system to war, and I think it's appropriate to have one for this. So I'm very happy to support this and to have it in District 1.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney?
First of all, thank you, Sarah. 4 years ago, was that it? Yeah. As you know, I had broken the silence, so I appreciate you, this effort, this 4-year sojourn, you know, to bring us all to here. I have had apprehension, as you know, and that was largely because of the public funding that I'm sensing that we have resolved, that I should ask, how much to date have you raised?
Over $500,000.
Over $500,000. Kudos to you.
Thank you.
I'm glad I was able to make a small contribution to it. That was one of my big concerns, and as you know, I reached out to you a couple of years ago, and unfortunately we didn't continue that conversation, which I grieve. I'm real pleased that there is the 10-year maintenance endowment that, to me, I think is so critical. I hear the questioning of people as far as, is this triggering of emotion? And I guess it's a hard thing to judge. Art is not to be judged, I guess is that the thing. I think it was a year ago that we had, or was it 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago at the Sculpture Garden. We had some very painful art that went up there. And so I'm very sensitive to, you know, what could happen, and I just hope that we can be responsive to that. I'm in no way suggesting that like what happened at the Sculpture Garden, but I think this is a new, innovative place that we are going, and I want us just to have that awareness there and not to shut down as far as, you know, we've already done our engagement, things like that. So, and thank you, Colleen, for sharing, you know, what our process is. I delighted at the Bede Makaska art installation. That was so powerfully celebratory, and so I know with your hand, you know, things will be done well. So, but like I say, having been, you know, a sexual assault survivor, or I am still, I guess, I'm hearing that voice as well. So, but thank you for all your work and sticking to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Odell, you're running to the microphone. Is there something else?
Nope, I was just gonna.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Super, Ms. Green, and 2 other survivors that have been part of this work for the last number of years, I wish that you didn't have to do this work. And we see you, we hear you, and we believe you. In this, what's been almost a 5-year journey for me, working with Break the Silence, so many of my closest loved ones opened up to me about their experiences as survivors, and this isn't enough. And in every way, in everything the Minneapolis Park Board does, we should be addressing issues of justice and equality and equity and safety and seeing survivors of sexual violence is no exception to that. So I'm honored to cast what I am hopeful is the final vote on this. And I also just want to, you know, with public art, we do have a lot of public art installations. They do go through a very robust community engagement process. To staff, if there's any additional engagement you'd like to do around like the placement of the benches and the periphery of the project, I think the board would be open to that. But this is a public art display, and I know good art when I see it, and I'm not an artist. And so it's a beautiful piece. Again, I'm sorry it's a piece that has to be done. I'm also sorry it's a piece that's so far overdue. And I also just want to, just from a nonprofit management standpoint, just applaud Ms. Super and break the silence. Part of the reason, as I understand it, that we are given a maintenance endowment or escrow is to break the silence can shut its doors. And there are so many nonprofits that there's almost a business of self-perpetuating. And you came to the board, you had something to do, you did it, and you could be leveraging that for other things, and you're not. You're saying, this is what I came to do, and we're done. So congratulations on the overwhelming amount of public support, and thank you for the incredible amount of engagement that you have done, and I'm incredibly supportive of this project, so thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I would ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Strong eye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to Resolution 2019-234. I would entertain a resolution directing staff to develop a framework for a pilot program to close sections of Main Street and West River Parkway to vehicle traffic on select weekends in July, August, and September of 2019, and presenting that completed plan to the full Board of Commissioners for consideration on June 26, 2019. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Meyer to the motion, followed by Musich.
Thank you. So this was something that Commissioner Cogill and I have been proposing. And I just want to explain this because there's been some confusion about it at Open Time and elsewhere. This is separate from the Minnehaha Parkway issue, which was a staff recommendation that the board has not acted on yet. This is a commissioner-initiated resolution, and it's the first step in a conversation about this. So this is essentially, just a resolution to begin the conversation about this idea, which we need to do because it is a commissioner-initiated one. So this would instruct staff to present us options to consider at the June 26th meeting, and we can do that in committee, and then it would come to a final vote after that. So, we basically have several different opportunities to look at this. If this passes tonight, I have a community meeting at the De La Salle High School on Wednesday the 19th from 7 to 9 p.m. So after you're done with Juneteenth, you can come down there to have further discussion. It's also going to be on the agendas for the Marcy Holmes neighborhood on the 18th and the Nicollet Island East Bank neighborhood on the 20th. So there will be ample time for people to engage in this, contrary to what some people said at Open Time. The areas that I envision under analysis for this are the downtown areas of Main Street and West River Road. On the east side, that would be Main Street from Merriam Street, where the Nicollet Island is, to 6th Avenue, where the Stone Arch Bridge is. On the downtown side, on West River Road, it would be from 4th Avenue North, where the playground is, to 11th Avenue South, which is the end of Gold Medal Park. So I've also, heard some people talking about West River Road much further down than that. That's outside the scope of what we're looking at. What we want to do with this is to basically, ask staff to analyze this, to work with the city staff, with businesses, find out what issues there may be, and then we can consider a pretty broad range of options for this, and they'll be potentially different for the Main Street side versus the West River Road side. The Main Street side, doesn't have much through traffic. The only issue there would be some loss of parking, which could be mitigated by adding parking to the ends of the streets that are closed. And there's also a very large parking ramp. The St. Anthony parking ramp is almost never full. On the West River Road side, there are more issues because a lot of people do use that. It gets very busy during rush hour, Monday through Friday. On weekends, however, it's not so busy. So the reasons that we're considering this is because these areas get very crowded during the summer with bike and pedestrian traffic, especially at some pinch points like where Father Hennepin Park meets Pillsbury Park, and the sidewalk along Gold Medal Park is very narrow. If we were to do this, we could open that up to pedestrians. And this is something that a lot of cities have been doing. I was inspired in part in this by Jeanette City-Kakan, who is the transportation commissioner for New York City under the Bloomberg administration. Under her leadership, they did a pilot project to close Times Square, which a lot of people got very upset about. They couldn't imagine closing Times Square to cars. But after they piloted it for a while, people quickly grew to love it. Businesses at first thought they were going to lose all kinds of money, but it turns out they made a lot more money once it was pedestrianized. So what I want to do is to have a pilot, and I feel like the best way for people to get a sense of whether they like this or not is to experience it. So again, this motion would just begin the discussion on that. Staff would come back to us with a variety of different options. We can look at doing this, on weekends, during warm months, for certain areas like on the West River Road, where there are residents that are dependent for access. It could be possibly turned into a one-way, so that'd be between like the parking lot for the Stone Arch Bridge to 11th Avenue. So that residents could still access their apartments. But with the other car lane, we could turn that into a two-way bike lane so that you could get bikes off of the sidewalk where it's very narrow there and give them more space. And I've had already quite a bit of positive feedback from people I wasn't expecting it to. So I hope that other commissioners will give this a chance. Again, this is just starting the conversation. It would have staff come back with different options that we could consider on the 26th, and then go from there. So I hope other commissioners will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I've actually received mostly negative feedback about this from residents in my district. I believe that may be because it's been conflated with the proposed draft plans for Minnehaha Parkway, changes to the traffic flows there. But the only emails of support I've received are from people that don't live where I represent. So I would really struggle to support something like this. I've also received a lot of questions from people about why we would push to do something like this on such a short timeline and without engagement. And I think that's because they're interpreting seeing this on our agenda as it's a done deal, because that's just the way this board has operated for the past year and a half. We propose things, we very quickly then just do them. So the timeline alarms me a bit. I'm also wondering what staff capacity is to take on this effort. We have a lot going on, and I'm struggling right now to get timely responses on ongoing projects, so I imagine that's because there really isn't capacity for the work we have already, much less figuring out how we shut down roads in 2 weeks. So if someone could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, there are two aspects of the question you're asking. One is the formulation of the plan in the next 2 weeks, and as we normally do, if we have a directive coming from the board, we will work very hard to return something. You will not get it in your packet. It will be presented on the night of the 26th. Essentially, if we were to follow our normal process on this, that board action would be due to me tomorrow. I'd be reviewing it on Friday in its totality, and we don't have time to prepare that plan. So a plan, as suggested here, we will have something that's discussable, I guess I would say, on the 26th. The next question would, and I say it that way because we may not have had the opportunity to answer every question we would need to formulate a plan or to communicate fully with our counterparts in city traffic. The next part of your question would have to deal with our capacity to actually implement the plan. And depending upon the scope, I think there would be variations. The core question you're asking is, would something else have to be set aside? And I would suggest that things will get set aside to be able to do this. We don't have lots of extra capacity. Writing a plan is one thing. We can find a way to do that. Monitoring the results is of a plan that actually tests data, collects and tests data is another thing that we will not be fully prepared for. But again, we strive hard to be responsive where we can. I can't speak to my counterpart in asset management, who will take on or potentially, depending on how this happens, working in customer service, how these will impact their workloads. But it's something that we can study and bring back to you with a suggestion about what it would actually take to be able to implement this.
Okay, so thank you for that information. Understanding that, I would feel much more comfortable with a proposal that said, let's talk about this as part of our budget process for a potential pilot somewhere within the system where it makes sense to do so in 2020, rather than pre-identifying locations and not engaging with the community to try to figure out where people are open to this. Places that I've experienced this are other much larger cities that are more dense, that have fewer park spaces than we do. And like, for example, in San Francisco, Golden Gate Park shuts down their roads to traffic, and they're able to do that in a way that doesn't impact traffic flow, but allows that park to become essentially a self-contained park space that allows for pedestrians and cyclists to move through it without cars periodically throughout the summer. That seems to work really, really well for them. It is an idea that I talked through with our previous superintendent at one point, and things just got crazy and it fell by the wayside and we never talked about it again, because there is truly just so much going on in the system that nice to have things like talking about potentially changing the way we allow people to use our spaces doesn't always happen. So my preference is that we talk about this as part of budgeting, that we really thoughtfully do it in a way that allows for the public to be heard and have input on where it might be appropriate to do something like this, and that our staff then has the ability to work into their workload, not only developing a plan, but implementing it and collecting data so that we can understand the full impacts of it, positive and negative, to be able to decide whether or not it's something that we should pursue as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Kogel.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'm very excited about this proposal because it's a pilot. That means that it can be immediately taken away pretty easily. As far as what it takes to shut down a road, it could be as simple as a couple of barricades. So I feel great about that. I am a little bit concerned about staff taking something on, and I appreciate the forthcomingness about what that is going to take, and the fact that there are trade-offs in time and how we're spending our time. I wouldn't be interested in waiting another year to discuss this. I think it's a pretty small and kind of necessary move for us to make. While it seems as though this is like just an experiment for fun, I think it's actually a pretty important progressive move to think about how we use our public spaces, not for automobiles. I don't think that there's any pre-identification that's going on here. I think that there are two sites that have been identified, and we'll certainly see what the results are. But if we close this off 3 different days in each month over the rest of the warm months, I don't see how, and I certainly could be proven wrong, but I don't see hell breaking loose. That's for sure. And I really applaud Commissioner Meyer for his work in trying to bring this forward quickly with a sense of urgency, because I think more than ever we need to get everybody being able to experience what it's like to use public space in a different way that isn't auto-focused. And especially at a site that is as busy in a pedestrian capacity and bike capacity as the area around the Stone Arch Bridge, I think it is really potentially a safety consideration that we should be piloting now. And no amount of planning and analysis is going to necessarily give us a better way of providing that experience to the public. I'll also say, since part of this is in my district, I've heard a lot of positive comments about the ingenuity of the park board to really be proactive about thinking differently about public space. For a lot of folks, I think they feel like it's overdue. And so I'm excited to support this and really appreciate the additional work of staff to do their utmost to think about some options for how we implement this sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. I'm not positive on the order. I didn't see when your light came on, Commissioner Vita, but I have Forney, Severson, Vita, unless folks saw something different. Okay, Commissioner Forney.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate, Commissioner Meyer, you explaining where this was coming from, and that was probably one of my biggest, what's going on here, that it is something that the two commissioners have decided they'd like to have done. And that's why I did ask former Chair Tucker when he did the Central Riverfront, was it a discussion? Because what I've observed and everything is that this has not been a discussion in the master planning. We just had the Father Hennepin Bluff plan, and that did not come out. So it took me by surprise, that where is this coming from? So I appreciate knowing that it is coming from the two commissioners' interests, which gives me a great deal of pause. I have a lot of things that I would like to have as far as initiatives and everything, but we have a staff that, we program these things through. As Commissioner Musich indicated, the response to the Minnehaha Parkway closures came out of an extensive community engagement where we have paid good money to professional consultants. Our staff were very engaged in, and it's a process of just putting out, what should we say, pushing the envelope on how do we approach our roadways. And it's, as we've already indicated and everything, it's not a foregone conclusion. It is merely, let's get the discussion out there. I know definitively that staff, when we go through the comprehensive plan, that is one of the big things that they're going to be talking about is, how do we approach, utilizing, our park roadways. An example I give to people is that Isles and Harriet used to be two-way roads. They're now one-ways. I mean, I wasn't a part of that discussion at all, but We've all survived, and we're doing very well, and so it was a different way of looking, how do we use our roadways? And so hearing that that's what you would like to have people experience, to me, the analytical part is missing, and it takes a great deal of funding, it takes a great deal of staff time, it takes a lot of preparation to do a proper analysis of, is this needed, is this wanted, is this, whatever the potential outcomes could be, is something that our staff and the consultants that we do very, very, very well. And by rushing this through, as Michael just indicated, he needs to have something ready by Friday. That's how we put our agendas together, okay? I'm sorry, and I've indicated very, emphatically that planning is already over the top booked. And so we need to take something off their plate in order for them to be able to do this. And nobody's suggesting anything, to be done. I've stated that if it's going to happen, that it doesn't happen with planning, that it would come out of the permitting, so that's out of Shane's, department. I'm not sure that Shane's department is equipped to do the analyticals that would make this into a productive scenario. Another thing is that we have a policy that we presently allow only 2 closures of a roadway per month. And if I'm reading this properly and everything, we're talking about breaching that policy. And so it just, I would agree with Commissioner Kamusich. Let's look to doing this, with the budgeting next year, to think of it very thoughtfully and to try and produce from it probably the outcomes that I believe that the 2 of you are looking for. I really seriously doubt, have we looked at, what is the impact on things? You indicated that there's plenty of parking around. Well, but at the same time, we have meters along those roads, and there's a revenue that is generated, as a result of those. Where's the traffic being diverted to? Those are things that we need to be measuring as well, to be responsible and accountable to whatever action we are taking here. I just really have a hard time of this, and I want to support you as commissioners, but we don't just represent ourselves. We represent a broad community, and what I'm hearing is that this is coming from the 2 of you, and I would like it to be a community endeavor, and we need to do that thoughtfully, and this is not being thoughtfully handled, in my opinion. I'm sure I have some other thoughts on the matter, but I just really seriously feel that in a lot of ways this is set up for failure. So I would really appreciate you withdrawing the resolution and instead, bring it forward, for our budget for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Bourne. I can appreciate my fellow commissioners bringing this up, but I have to confess that I have zero interest in taking this on. We have Theodore Parkway sitting with huge holes in it and patches for multiple years that people don't even feel safe driving down. We have Stinson Boulevard, same issue. We have St. Anthony. We have issues that need to be addressed. I want to see the enthusiasm on fixing the roads and the things that we have currently before we move on to other projects or ideas such as these. Help me motivate this staff to find ideas how to fund these projects. These are important to my community. When I make these decisions, I'm not thinking what's in the best interest for Kale, but I'm trying to, and I always put forefront what is in the best interest for Northsiders. closing off West River Road is not in the best interest of Northsiders. We travel that road a lot. That is a commuter trail for us. And I just want you to take in a minute that this is an equity issue. If a parent, a single mother in North Minneapolis has 3 children, it's not always the most opportune or best idea to bike with your child to get to a place on January 19th when it's 20 below. And what I believe is this is an idea of how do we eventually close our parkways for commuters in cars and only have them for bikers and walkers. I'm not okay with that. And I feel like that's a little bit of what this represents. The other thing that is frustrating is, we want to close it on weekends. When you look at a lot of North Minneapolis residents, we work weekends. We don't have the 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. That's an issue for me because, once again, Northsiders travel this, right? It's important to me. So when you guys are looking for dialogue, I think it's extremely important, even though you don't necessarily represent the district in North Minneapolis, but I want you to get some buy-in from some of the people in North Minneapolis. And I'm not talking about the people who most recently moved in and ride bikes a lot. I'm talking about the people who've been there for years. And one thing that I'm trying to deal with as an individual is progressive policies leave my community behind a lot. And I struggle with that because I too feel like I'm progressive, but I also will not leave my community behind. And the intent of me trying to move forward, I want to make sure that I bring them with us as we move forward. Remember, North Minneapolis doesn't have the assets that the other parts of the cities have. We don't necessarily have grocery stores every 6 blocks or every couple miles, right? That's not what we have. So we drive to places. We drive to get our food. We drive to recreate. We drive to the beaches because we don't have all the beaches on the north side that the south side has or the suburbs. We drive to the movies, to Main Street, right? That's what we do. That's what we do. So the idea of this scares me. If we're thinking that's a way, is this the start of closing our parkways? I have zero interest in that. I definitely appreciate both of you, but I hope you also appreciate my comments and appreciate the residents of North Minneapolis and their concerns with this idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Bourne. I too received lots and lots of emails about this, and they were not happy emails. People were very upset that park commissioners had come up with the idea to close their streets without them knowing. And I'm really happy that Commissioner Meyer has clarified what was planned on happening here, that there would be just a pilot. I think there's a lot of confusion around that this is a pilot and potentially just something that we'll look at later on. But I also would like to say that I would like to look at this later on. Like, I don't know that now is the time. I think that this just being on the agenda has gotten a lot of people worried about what's going to happen moving forward. So I would just suggest, just bringing it back at a later time to discuss it with a little bit more clarity on around what could potentially happen, a pilot, community engagement. I just don't think folks understand that that was your intention.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Meyer for the second time.
Thank you. I just want to respond to a few of the things that others have brought up. First of all, just emphasizing that this is a pilot, so it wouldn't make sense for it to have been brought up in any master plan. The questions about where the traffic is being diverted to. I mean, this is to start that conversation to direct staff to be looking at that. If we don't pass this tonight, I don't know how we proceed with those conversations. I mean, we could bring it in the budget and wait until 2020, but I feel it's really unnecessary to do that for a pilot. I'm not proposing at this time to make any permanent change. I'm trying to show the public what different things could look like. To what Commissioner Severson said, I definitely also agree that we need to put a lot more into our parkways. I talked about that at length at the May 15th meeting. about East River Parkway and others. I think that, this could be, part of that discussion. For the revenue generating part, it is true that we would lose some meter revenue. The city would gain revenue, presumably, at the St. Anthony parking garage. And secondly, I would want to invite businesses to extend their tables, out into the road when we do this, and that could be something that we potentially charge a fee for. So I think that this could be made revenue neutral. If other commissioners are open to it, if it would help them support it, I would be open to multiple types of amendments. I feel like a year would be quite a long time to wait, but we could change the resolution to have staff report back to us initially on July 17th in committee, and then it could come back on August 7th to the full board. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, do you think that would be adequate time to answer some of the questions that have been brought up today?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, it would be more adequate.
Ooh, diplomatic.
Okay. I'm just saying I would be open to an amendment that allowed us to have a pilot in 2019. So whatever board dates that would work to still have that in the summer. I think August 21st is the last one in August. I would also be open to paring it down to just the Main Street side, hearing Commissioner Severson's comments about how West River Road is used. We could remove that from consideration and do just the side that isn't designed at all and not used at all for commuters. Other commissioners who have spoken their concerns, please let me know if you would take an amendment like that.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. I also just wanted to provide some clarity and say that I would be interested in, if there was an amendment, maybe at least to push it back. A couple things I just want to clarify and remind folks of. One, I'm not interested in making this some sort of robust study that's going to cost the taxpayers of the city a substantial amount of money for us to think about doing a pilot. It costs very little money for us to put up a couple of barricades and divert people to the adjacent street. That's what we're looking to do on maybe 4 total days out of 365 days of the year. 2, I'd remind folks that there are a variety of projects on all of our roads that are happening at different times that require roads to be shut down. There is no vote or discussion about those determinations. There may be a vote on the contract for a project, but MnDOT shuts down roads all the time. Hennepin County shuts down roads all the time. You're not consulted about that process necessarily. In this situation, we're going to have staff study it. We're having a conversation tonight. We would have additional conversations at additional votes, and as the elected board members of this on the park board, we will hear directly from the community members regarding those impacts, and they will have a direct impact on us as the elected commissioners on this board. I finally just want to say that I don't think that the urgency is anything more than wanting very deeply to provide our communities with models for using the space that they own, that we all own, in different ways, in a way that is very, very unobtrusive to really changing or hurting people's ability to live their daily lives. I think that a handful of days this year is not too much to ask, and I would just urge support or reconsideration about this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Vita for the second time.
I would like to propose amendments. I kind of like Commissioner Meyer's suggestions of only including Main Street. If they're willing, if the two commissioners who want this is willing to support that, I think just this pilot, the dates that were proposed for the August 7th meeting, but only Main Street, I think is what I could support.
So you're offering an amendment to the resolution that would strike West River Parkway and move the report back date to
So
August.
a resolution directing staff to develop a framework for a pilot program to close sections of Main Street and presenting the completed plan to the full Board of Commissioners for consideration by August 7th.
Perfect. There's been an amendment offered. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the amendment? Is there discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Forney to the amendment.
Once again, I will say, from a staffing perspective, there isn't the time in their present work schedule to be able to take on, to do a, I'll say, worthy analysis of this. And as I've indicated, I don't believe that the permitting part of our organization is equipped to do it. And planning, once again, very diplomatically, our assistant superintendent has indicated it's at least better, but it really doesn't fit into their schedule, and I cannot emphasize that enough. I mean, there are so many projects that are continually being delayed, and I don't want to, rain on the parade, but we need to be taking this very seriously about how we prioritize the time that our staff puts into these things. I cannot support the amendment. I would only support, as Commissioner Musich has indicated, put this a part of, our budget for next year. Weigh it along with all the other items that we have there, and that's the only thing that I can support. I'm really sorry. I think it's a noble endeavor, but blimey, I cannot imagine how many things I've got that I'd like to see as far as initiatives. But I am very, very staff conscious, very budget conscious about this, and I'm sorry, I just can't support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion, further discussion on the amendment. All of those in favor of amending Resolution 2019-234, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
It sounds like the motion to amend the resolution fails. Back to the main motion. Commissioner Forney, I had you next on the main motion. It sounded like your comments
That's it.
were, okay. I had Commissioner Musich for the second time.
If this passes, I mean, I'm going to be voting against it, but if this passes, I would like to understand which events have to be canceled to accommodate us doing this as part of the analysis. So if you could include that in your report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner French.
I'd like to call a question.
Is there a second on calling the question?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All of those in favor of calling the question, I would ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Vita? No. Commissioner French?
Wait a second, what is the motion?
This is a motion to end debate.
Yes.
Commissioner Forney?
Yes.
Commissioner Musich? Commissioner Cogill?
Aye.
Commissioner Severson?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
Vice President Hassan? Absent. President Bourne?
I will abstain.
You have 6 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstain, and 1 absent.
The motion to end debate carries. All those in favor of Resolution 20, I would ask the Secretary to take the roll on Resolution 2019-234.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Cogill,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 4 nays, and 1 absent.
The motion fails. Moving on to Resolution 2019-235, I would entertain a resolution approving a professional service agreement with Littler Mendelson PC for up to $11,500 to respond to and investigate a Minnesota Department of Human Rights complaint. Is there a resolution? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-235? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to petitions and communications, I will start with Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. Last evening, I had the pleasure of being the first open water swimmer of the season at Lake Nokomis. It was amazing. It was really cold, but also amazing. And for the members of the public that are watching us, that have stuck with us for the past 3.5 hours, open swim is free at Nokomis on Tuesdays from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. There are lifeguards all along the route. For my colleagues that have never done any open water swimming but are interested in doing so, I swim very slowly. I do the breaststroke the whole way across. I mix it up a little with some dives off the floating dock, and then I swim back across. It usually takes me about 45 minutes, and it's wonderful. It's great exercise. It's beautiful. It's the only opportunity you get to do it without getting arrested, and and it costs you nothing, which is great. There's also Open Swim Club, where you pay a fee annually, and you get to swim also on Thursdays, Sundays, and Mondays. And that's at Cedar Lake on Mondays, and then Nokomis on Thursdays and Sundays, and it's great fun. So if anyone wants to join me for the experience, I'm happy to guide you across beautiful Lake Nokomis on a Tuesday night. The other thing that's happening is free yoga at Lake Nokomis on Saturdays. It's at 8 a.m., 8 Saturdays throughout the summer, open to all comers. You just show up, bring your mat, bring some water, and it's a beautiful way to start the weekend. Shakespeare it starts at 8 a.m. Thank you. And there's more information on the Friends of Lake Nokomis Facebook page, the activity guide here at the parks. And I had something else I was going to talk about, which I forgot to write down. So I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson?
For the sake of time, I'll pass.
Commissioner Forney?
It's been a long time since we met last, so I'll try to be very brief. Doors Open was an event that happened a while back, and I just really look forward to it happening next year, and hopeful that we at the park system can be a part of that. It really drew an amazing amount of people, and we have so much to highlight in our system, and so I look forward to us being a part of that next year. I went to the PV playground ribbon cutting. That was a joyous event. I remember when the liquor store used to be on that corner and how that whole area has evolved. It's a real, and what was really exciting is how much the community, that neighborhood, has driven this particular project. Is very, very exciting, and I appreciate all their efforts. I attended the Bade Makaska art installation. So wonderfully celebratory. First of all, it was a glorious, glorious day, and kids dancing around and playing, in the lake, and sailboats fluttering past, whatever. I look forward to us, shall I say, programming that space so that people really can understand what the intent of the fabulous artwork was, to raise people's consciousness of all that has happened with this community and continue that tradition, excuse me. And then the Minneapolis Parks Foundation, not only did they, help in raising all the money for waterworks and everything, they, yesterday they had a board meeting, I guess you would call it, anyway, to walk around Curry Park and Bryant Coil Center to see, what the potential is there. And my only hope and whatever, I'm suspecting that they're hoping to, how can they engage the foundation in redoing those spaces and the future expansion at Augsburg. And then I did go to the Hiawatha Master Planning yesterday, last night, and I'm hopeful that we can work that process through so all voices are heard. There's a bunch of things that are happening coming up next tomorrow. The East Isles Farmers Market is going to be opening up on the mall. I hope that people will attend that. And of course, Juneteenth is coming Saturday. It's an exciting summer, and I look forward to seeing a lot of people out there in the parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I had the pleasure of driving home one day last week, Wednesday, and there was a huge lemonade sale going on at Central Gym, and it was awesome. And I pulled my car over and got me a couple glasses of lemonade, and then somebody told the kids that, hey, that's the park commissioner. So I got lobbied for new basketball courts and everything else that the kids need in the park. So, but it was awesome. I guess they do it Monday and Wednesday at Richard Green, the girls group over there. So they're raising money, and they're being really, really public in their raising the money. And they were really good at talking to me and having conversations with folks who were walking up and walking by and letting folks know what they do. So if you're ever in Central neighborhood in South Minneapolis on a Monday or a Wednesday, go get some lemonade. Two, I want to let everybody know about Juneteenth that's coming up this Saturday. There's also a parade this Saturday. You can look on the Park Board's website and probably get the information about where the parade starts at. But it's a parade that's going to start at like 10 o'clock in the morning. Then there's the festivities at Bethune Park. There's going to be all day. We got Christopher Williams. I'm a little old, so Christopher Williams is, the kids might not know what Christopher Williams is, but I know Christopher Williams, and I sung a few of his songs in the shower a couple times. You don't want to hear that. But I just want to get everybody welcome to Juneteenth this Saturday. Bring your kids, bring your family. Come out and have a good time and spend some money with the vendors. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Kogel?
Pass.
Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you. Well, I was sad to see the motion fail 4-4, but that was a close vote, which could potentially be different if the 9th member is present next time, or if someone's mind is changed. And I also heard from a couple of the commissioners that they're open to talking about this, maybe in 2020 or whenever. So I feel like it's still appropriate to have some more discussion about it. So I'm going to keep the event that I had scheduled for next Wednesday on the calendar. So again, that is 7 to 9 p.m. at De La Salle High School. So after, on Wednesday the 19th. So after Juneteenth is over, you can come to that. And we can have some community discussion about it, perhaps revisit it in the future. Also, just wanted to say that I've enjoyed participating in the Healthy Rivalry program with St. Paul. We've got about half of the board signed up for that. It's not too late for other commissioners to sign up if you would like to. Thank you, Commissioner Musich, for reminding me to put in my minutes before they expire. We got to make sure to beat St. Paul after losing our ranking to them. And also just a reminder that, as of last year, I believe, we are fully self-insured for our health insurance, right? So all of our health expenses go straight to the taxpayer. So we have an obligation to be as healthy as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita.
A bit dramatic, but okay. I want to also say, come over to Juneteenth on Saturday. Should be a lot of fun, parade, the festivities in the park. Also, next Monday, we're going to be hosting our first Police Advisory Council meeting. It's going to be here at the boardroom, I believe, from 6 to 8 p.m. I'll be here to welcome the new committee members, and hopefully it's the kickoff to a great start. Also, our Council Rice is coming up on celebrating 1 year being tobacco free. It's happening. That is very hard to do. I don't think we'll have another meeting before he celebrates his first. Oh, look at that. And just FYI, he told me he accepts bow ties in every color as celebratory gifts. But that's a huge accomplishment. You know, tobacco addiction is the big thing. So I want to celebrate you, Brian. You've done a great job. You know, I send you random texts and ask you how it's going, and you respond back, even when you're grumpy. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And thanks to the staff for cutting the grass. I got so many complaints about the grass in North Minneapolis, but I got just as many emails saying the grass has been cut. I knew when staff was out cutting the grass because I started getting emails. I don't know if people thought I cut the grass on my own, but I started getting emails saying thank you for cutting the grass. So thank you, staff, for getting the grass cut specifically in North Minneapolis, because I got lots of complaints that the grass was not cut in North.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I'll be brief. Just speaking to the couple of resolutions that were put on the agenda tonight, both around the Somali Museum and the pilot project around closing the parkways. Again, when somebody comes forward with something, some piece of urgency, I will do my best to respond to that, and we can have those questions here and govern in an open and transparent way. And while I know those resolutions didn't go the way some folks wanted them to go tonight, I think that they're very productive. They're very productive conversations. Very often that level of conversation doesn't happen with a policy board, and that's our job and our work to be doing. Commissioner Meyer, I'll continue to work with you on your Parkway pilot. We live in a culture where it's easier to say no than it is to say yes. And a lot of times where I think we might be hearing some more long-term yeses if we show the possible first. And I will say we have gone through a very, very long engagement process around the creek, and as Commissioner Forney has mentioned, spent a lot of money on that. There's not a scenario where I could support some of the Parkway traffic changes that are being proposed right now and that will be coming forward, because the overwhelming amount of no that is coming from constituents at this point. And one of the challenges that we have is that we don't do pilots and we don't display the things that are possible. And so I would encourage us to think of the small things that we can do to demonstrate impact and demonstrate success. The couple of other items coming forward, within, I think, the next day or so, commissioners should be receiving a memo from Superintendent Bangora and myself, just kind of about a summer update, so keep your eyes open for an email there. And at the next meeting, Council Rice will be proposing, very similar to the resolution that was on the board tonight, selecting an alternative counsel for a specific matter. The council will likely have a recommendation for us on a potential matter of writing an amicus brief to the Minnesota Supreme Court over the DNR's appeal over the Bede-Makaska name change. So that said, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
I'm just going to say admin and finance being made gut.
Yep.
Instead of operations.
What? So I'm not calling my committee to order?
We have guests for both committees, so
Oh,
let's
okay.
go in the
All right,
order.
sorry.
Let's go in the
And
order.
my guests are here a second time.
Yeah.
So I'm going first.
Sorry.
On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, I would ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve our agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against? Abstentions? That passes. Sorry, I accidentally closed my agenda. But also entertain a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, May 15th. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Abstentions? That motion passes. This evening, we have a study report item. The Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa have kindly returned to update us on our partnership with them and the work that they do here in the system. And so if you could please join us at the dais and begin our education. Thank you so very much.
Commissioners. Good evening, Chair Musich and Commissioners. I'm here this evening with Hollis Emery to talk about the partnership that we have had with Conservation Corps of Minnesota Youth Outdoors Program. We have actually had a long history now. We started working with them in 2011 on Clean Water Fund grant funding, and we had one adult crew. 2012, another adult crew. 2013, we had 3 crews citywide. And from 2014 to 2018, we've had 1 crew working citywide in the park system. In 2019, we did a budget request to fully fund the Corps, and the commissioners requested that we have a second crew. So we're here to talk about the program tonight, and I would just like to say when we talk about Conservation Corps of Minnesota Youth Outdoors, what 1 crew means is it is a 4-person AmeriCorps crew with their youth participants, and the youth are ages, 16 through 18. Hollis will be explaining that a little bit more. So 1 crew is actually made up of 2 kind of groups of people that are working out in the parks. So we have a potential of about 12 people working out of 1 crew when we have the youth involved. So Hollis is going to step up to the podium and talk a little bit more about the program and what it entails and how we engage youth with environmental conservation activities in the park system.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come talk about our partnership. My name is Hollis Emery. I'm the Program Director for Youth Programs and Individual Placement Programs at Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa. And my plan is to really talk a bit about Youth Outdoors Program and our long and successful partnership with the Park Board. So our mission with the Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa as a whole is really to connect young people with their environment, their communities, improving the lands and lives around them. We have been a nonprofit since 2003. We're part of the DNR, Minnesota State Department of Natural Resources before that, and really can kind of trace our model back to Civilian Conservation Corps era, if that sort of helps put a little bit of framework about what we do. Youth Outdoors started in 2008. We had long operated with young adults working in crews for a variety of public land management agencies, had a long-running youth program that was really focused during the summer months, and then In 2008, looked at what other community needs we might be able to meet and really recognized after-school programming is one of those. So our goal with the Youth Outdoors program is to specifically connect teenagers in primarily St. Paul and Minneapolis to the natural environment through hands-on conservation projects. In addition to those hands-on, or through that, rather, those hands-on projects in the field, we hope that youth gain job experience, career planning skills, and really learn about natural resource management, the planning that goes into it, the ecology of those lands, the science behind management. They learn to plan and execute community service projects, so we certainly do the work that the park board staff needs to have happen, but we also work in throughout the program opportunities for leadership development, so youth plan their own sort of capstone project at the end, something they identify as a need that they would like to address. Marcia started alluding to this, but because the Youth Outdoors model is a little bit unique among Conservation Corps crews, we wanted to talk a little bit about how a crew comes together. So when we talk about a Youth Outdoors crew, we start with 4 AmeriCorps members. AmeriCorps is a federal national service program. We have a grant from AmeriCorps. Those members are typically 18 to 25. The crew gains experience in safe power and hand tool operation. That upfront training is a big part of what we do starting in February. Plant identification, best management practices, and then as well as youth development training for these 4 AmeriCorps members on this crew. So they have gone through their training in February and March, start to gain some field experience, and then we welcome our youth crew participants in the spring. So again, that after-school programming model, we have 6 to 8 youth per crew and the 2 leaders. That crew of 4 AmeriCorps members split off into 2. So 2 lead one group of 6 to 8 youth, and the other 2 lead another one. So that's how one crew becomes 2 youth crews. Our youth work on Tuesday afternoons, Thursday afternoons, and Saturdays. And Wednesdays and Fridays, those AmeriCorps members continue to work out in the field as a crew of young adults. And so that's when they're able to do some of that higher, more technical project work involving chainsaws. Our youth crew members are all Minneapolis residents in Minneapolis between the ages of 15 and 18 from low-income households and or kind of communities that are underrepresented in natural resource professions. So I believe last year, 92% of our youth participants were youth of color. And crews meet at recreation centers. Our design there is that we don't want transportation to be a big barrier, so we kind of identify recreation centers that are accessible to schools, and then we provide the transportation from there, from park to park. For many years running, we've had a crew based at Powderhorn and North Commons rec centers. Tuesdays are primarily focused on education activities, everything from environmental education to sort of civic engagement, and Thursdays and Saturdays are field-based projects. Throughout the semester, we also weave in special events and projects. We have a college and career exploration day, typically held at the University of Minnesota's campus, and then I mentioned kind of the capstone project, an option for youth to exercise some leadership. So our funding for AmeriCorps members is a combination of our federal AmeriCorps grants and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board funds. So the funds that we currently receive pay for AmeriCorps member crew time, the hourly costs, when they are not working with youth. So Wednesdays and Fridays, and then most of the summer. Our youth crews, right now, Conservation Corps Minnesota and Iowa raises those funds to support those youth crews and the hourly cost. So the wages we pay for the youth, the tools, the vans we need for transportation, the food we provide, et cetera. So those funds pay for, those funds are funds that we raise through outside sources. So I wanted to provide you an update that in 2019, Park Board funding, there was allocated funding for a second crew, so a total of 8 AmeriCorps members and up to like 32 youth. When that allocation was made in late November 2018, we had already really kind of gone through some of our budget process, kind of secured the grant funding for youth crews, and that's where we were in the timing of our cycle. So our update to you today is that we are very excited about continuing this partnership. We are working closely with staff to really align those budget cycles and make a bigger recruitment push in the future, identify those additional sources of funding to pay for more youth crews, and working on strategies to really cement those relationships with additional park board staff, as well as Minneapolis Public Schools and other community organizations. So thank you for your time this evening. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Musich. First, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for accommodating our schedule and coming back a second time. I'll just start with National Service and in particular the Conservation Corps of Minnesota, Iowa is one of the most transformative experiences, if not the most transformative experience that we, as the Park Board, partner with youth in their pathways towards employment. So thank you so much for your work on that, and it's a partnership I've been proud of since it started in 2011. And thank you to all of our staff for helping coordinate that work day to day. I know we've kind of had ups and downs with it, but so many of the young women and men that come through that program, there's just a very high correlation to folks going into those fields of work, and that's harder to say with a lot of other youth employment programs, both ours and elsewhere. So the Park Board is looking at expanding youth employment opportunities this year, and I would hope that an expansion of the Conservation Corps is part of that. And I know that like your member service year slots, the later in the year that we get, exactly what you just said, those get budgeted. We don't do our budget process until November. We ran into an issue in 2011 or 2012 where the board made a commitment to have 3 crews, and then we discussed cutting funding, which would have made it harder for you to place those members. So is now the time to be talking about how many and member service years are how many AmeriCorps members and Conservation Corps members we want working with us? Is now the time to be talking about that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And we are, with this in mind, already having those conversations, looking for the additional sources of funding that we would need to then pay for the extra additional youth wages.
Okay. And if I remember, a crew with the associated youth development, when we have resolutions before our board, can you give me kind of a crew is 6 members plus the amount of youth that they're able to work with? Can you give me kind of a back of the envelope figure for how much a crew would cost the Park Board?
Sure. Well, I can say this for sure. We would be looking at, so if we move forward the way we have, where Park Board funds go directly to support the hourly cost of the AmeriCorps members when they're not working with youth, we would be looking for an additional $38,000 to support that second set of youth crews.
Okay. So if we wanted to move, because this board is considering a substantial increase in youth employment.
Sure.
If the Park Board, and we had talked about needing some supplemental staff with that too, which would be a question we'll need to ask our operations team. But if we wanted to go to 4 or 6 crews, is there a cost per crew that we should be thinking about?
Yes, and I am happy to, if I can follow up with staff to sort of show, what I'd like to do is provide a detailed breakdown of the total cost for the AmeriCorps members and then the youth.
Okay. And so our investment, a full-time AmeriCorps member does about 2,000 hours of service a year. Is that?
The minimum is 1,700 hours, so
Okay.
typically the hours directly in the park would be closer to 1,500 because we do so much of that training on the front end.
So like three-quarter time in the field about. And
Approximately.
then they receive health insurance while they're serving with you, and they still receive is it based on the Pell Grant? They get around $6,000 or $7,000 for college when they're done with their service?
That's exactly correct. So the Conservation Corps takes care of all of the administration from payroll to workers' compensation insurance to health insurance as something we provide. And yes, upon completing a full term of service, AmeriCorps members are eligible for that education award.
Did you serve?
I did.
And so, and you went into that same career path, so.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, it's just, every dollar, it's one of our best returns on investment, and as the board is considering a significant increase in youth employment, I think this is probably one of our biggest impacts. Our Teen Teamworks program is wonderful, but there's kind of a stop as to where they go, and this is a perfect next step for them. And I think we could work on recruiting Teen Teamworks members that are graduating out of that, and then go straight into this, and then maybe have a very lucrative career in the trades. So thank you for all of the work.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I have a quick question. Thank you so much for all this work, but I'm curious to know the percentage of kids of color that participate in AmeriCorps.
Sure. That is, again, something I think organizationally wide I can certainly report back about. I think we've identified that there is a difference between our youth participants and our AmeriCorps participants, something we really identify and have been working to address. So increased career support for our youth participants. We, since 2011, have added a staff position to the program that is really focused on college and career services, support, and connections. We've also launched an initiative recently that we will be working with high school students who are interested in pursuing a STEM career, and we will provide a stipend while they're in college, sort of a fellowship, and then the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Board of Water and Soil Resources, and Pollution Control Agency have agreed to work on some internships. So to that end, we're always looking for new and innovative ways to really make that jump. I think AmeriCorps service, while not the most lucrative option, is really transformative in terms of the skill development that our program can provide, and the education award in the amount of about $6,000 can be really, really significant in reducing barriers for higher education.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions. So I, too, would just like to thank you for taking the time, seriously, to sit through the last meeting that you sat there and then didn't get to present, and then making the trek back and really helping us to understand how this program works and who it's serving and how it's helping us do our work as an institution. I also would like to commend you for the professionalism of the crews. In my capacity as a volunteer park steward, doing volunteer work throughout the system, I've had the opportunity to get to work with these young people, and the way that they teach the kids they're working with is really beautiful. They're so collaborative in the teaching process that they give those kids an opportunity not only to learn from them, but also teach them how they learn best. And seeing that happening in the field really drives home just how important programs like this really are. So thank you so much for the work that your organization does and for partnering with us to help make these experiences possible. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition, abstention. That motion passes, and we are adjourned.
The time being 9:07, I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Vita.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstentions? Carries. Approval of I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, May 15th. All those in favor of
So moved. Sorry.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstentions? Carries.
I'll move Resolution 2019-236, a resolution amending the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Capital Improvement Program and approving the 2019 allocation of $113,486.40 to the Phase 1 Improvements Project in Curry Park from the Cedar Riverside neighborhood portion of the Parkland Dedication Fund.
Any questions, any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-236, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Okay, Kale, Mondale, I need.
I'd like to move resolution 2019-237, resolution approving amendment number one to professional service agreement number C 44285 with 10x10 LLC to the 26th Avenue North Overlook and Shoreline Enhancement Project in the amount of $66,583 for a new contract total of $191,133.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner
I'm
Cogill.
just wondering if I could get
Kate, could you come up, please? Thank you.
a rundown of the why for this and what the additional change is for.
Certainly, Commissioner Cogill. Hold on just a second. All right, so Commissioners, you're familiar with the project in the Above the Falls plan in North Minneapolis, where 26th Avenue North meets the river, 10 by 10, and their team, including Formula Architects. And EOR Civil Engineers was approved a while ago, and we're kind of currently entering into the design development stage of the project. When they had originally submitted their contract, it was based on the previously approved schematic design that was approved, I think, back in 2017, if I recall. That was kind of an update on the River First design for this. And at that time, there was just still a fair amount of unknowns about the site and kind of what would be possible here. So some of the things that have changed the design, I'm just going to show the updated design because you can see, for example, the way this pier is structured with kind of footings that go down to the river and everything turned out to be something that really was not an option here for a number of reasons. So there's quite a few site constraints. You can see on this a little bit where there's a large storm sewer outfall, and it's a very narrow piece of property that we're working on, and so we really cannot avoid some of the utilities in that area and the outfall. And so that impacts where we are able to place footings. Also, just kind of a better understanding of what the permitting process and everything would be, and where the floodplain lines are impacts both how far we can extend out over the river and also where we can place the footings, and then a much deeper analysis of the soils, both for contamination and for kind of the structural support that they can provide, shows that we have a fairly complicated footing structure, and it completely changes the structural engineering of the design, and you'll see that here. And so that had a pretty big ripple effect through the design of the project, and so we ended up having to do some fairly major changes to the design, and also to enter into a different contract, particularly with the structural engineer for this. So this is kind of where the schematic design is now. It's still basically an overlook structure that extends out, but also based on kind of the deeper community engagement, some of the forms changed. But mainly, so the cost was mainly around kind of reworking the design as kind of the site constraints and the community engagement shaped it, and then also particularly around like the structural engineering and some of the site constraints with the soil. Okay.
So to be clear, so the schematic design was never a feasible design? But we entered into a contract to continue the development of that design.
So
An accurate
at the time, so typically when you're entering into a contract, as you know, you enter it into it based on what you know about the site and everything. And so it's not that it is an infeasible design, but I think for the cost that we thought we could do it at, it is an infeasible design, and also the schedule and everything. And a lot of that we found, we spent months doing much deeper site explorations. We needed to actually go down and tunnel inside and explore from the river inside with these tunnels, just because the information in this area from the city and other places was just outdated and not reliable. And so there were quite a few project changes with that.
Okay. But it wasn't 10 by 10 that initially put that design together, or was it 10 by 10 that put the initial design together?
It was not 10 by 10.
Okay, it was one of the other project partners. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further questions? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-237, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries.
Remove resolution 2019-238, a resolution approving a donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Minneapolis Community Clay Courts related to fundraising, design, and construction of clay tennis courts in Waveland Triangle, a part of the Minneapolis Park System.
Any discussion? Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. This, to me, is very exciting. 4 years ago, was it? 3 years ago? I can't remember how long it's been. 3, was it? Okay. In a span of about 10 days, I got 3 different phone calls. One from, I believe it was you, Charles. Anyway, from a bocce ball group in Linden Hills, and then another group about croquet. And it's like all of these, what they have in common is low impact and what I refer to as ageless sports. And so presenting them, to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, that, there's something that, how can we do this in an umbrella way and everything. And actually it was Kurt McKenzie. Do you remember him? Anyway, he was the one who initially told me about your interest and everything. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, it's just funny, the serendipity of how it came together. So I'm very excited about this. Like I say, this is another example of low impact, ageless sports and everything. The bocce ball group was managed to get theirs in last year, was it? Yeah, it was last spring, I believe. And so this is very exciting to see that you've come this far with this. Idea in that Waveland seems to be an appropriate place, and I understand that there is conversations about having it someplace else in the system, which to me I think is very important, to have that balance and everything. So a couple questions I had, or not actually had, but would suggest is that I would love to see virtually throughout the entire parks that we have shade structures. And being that there are a few tools that you will be needing to keep these clay courts in good condition and everything, whatever you want to call them, rakes or trowels or whatever it is, I could see a wonderful little shed or something like that incorporated into it. And I keep on pushing it to people. It's the dermatology, I think it's national organization. They do give grants for shade structures. So please do look into that. Because I think this is an appropriate place to have something like that. So I don't think there's any other questions I have, but very, very excited about you bringing it to this point and look forward to the fundraising. Give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I just want to say thank you to Mike and the rest of those guys. They contacted me maybe about 5 or 6 months ago, and we sat down and he had to explain to me, because I'm not a tennis player, if you can tell, and I definitely don't know too much about clay tennis. But he was talking to me about how clay tennis, is low impact, and older folks can play it for a lot longer time. So, and he also told me that this would be the first municipal clay tennis courts. I think the closest one is Chicago, maybe. So this is something first for our region and our park system, and I think it'll be great. And I hope to see one north side and northeast. And I want clay tennis courts all over our system. Thank you guys for the work that you guys are doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I also want to say that I'm excited about some. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Severson.
Sorry, I could have went after you too.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm just really happy that tennis courts are going in. I know there seems to be discussion about there's a huge reduction in tennis courts, and North Commons Park is the only court in Ward 5 that left in Ward 5. We removed all the courts, and there's only 2 courts left. And I think that was a severe oversight on the park board's part at that time. So it's exciting to see more go in. As the athletic director at North High School, as I'm walking through the school sometimes, moving things around, I got a view of the courts, and they're heavily used. So, in the future, when funding comes available or planning, we hope, as Commissioner French said, the north side will be a possible option.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. So Charles, thank you for that great meeting to discuss the difference between clay courts and regular tennis courts. I think I told you in that meeting that I played high school tennis for about 6 weeks, and it was only because I wanted to use the sauna. So I wasn't that good at it. But I did go to the Minneapolis Club to check out, I went on the tour that you told me I should go on to check out the clay courts. And when I left there, I went to the tennis courts in North Minneapolis, and you can really tell the difference. I mean, everything you said was completely true. I didn't play, like a real game or anything, but I tried it out. It was very different. I could feel the difference in the impact for sure. So I appreciate you walking me through all of that. To, of course, gain my support. I'm super excited about this. Not as excited as the dog park that we talked about, but I am excited about this. So I look forward to clay tennis courts all over the city, as we talked about. There has to be one in North now that I went over there and tried those. We need them everywhere. So thank you so much for all your hard work and commitment to making sure that everyone in our city is able to have some type of sport that they can play. So thank you. I really appreciate it. So with that, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-238, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
I'll move Resolution 2019-239, a resolution approving a new lease agreement with Eastside Neighborhood Services leasing space for 3 years at the Luxton Neighborhood Recreation Center located within George E. Luxton Park.
Commissioner Severson, discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yeah, yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Is this agreement the same one?
What can you, 1 second, we'll have Ms. Christine Downey come up so she can answer the questions. Thank you, Commissioner Severson.
How are you?
Good.
Good. With this lease agreement, I know this park fairly well as I was a director there. And it was an interesting working with Eastside Neighborhood Services. What space are they going to currently, do they want more space, they want less space, or are they still using a similar amount of space that they've used in the past?
Chair Vita and Commissioner Severson, it's my understanding that the space will remain the same. The only thing that's changing on the lease would be the rent, which is basically going to be changing according to the CPI. And then also the term is changing from 5 to 3. So that's changing, and then it's also just being updated. The other one expired in 2017, so actually they were operating without a lease.
Mm-hmm.
They were continuing to pay their rent, so it wasn't, or their lease amount, so it wasn't as if they were going without paying their rent. So the space and everything else is remaining the same from the previous 2 leases that they had, and those are the only 2 things that are changing, the term and the lease amounts.
Okay. Well, I just want to say it was interesting, but I do think they're good partners and they offer good programming, so I'm happy to see us continue that partnership with Eastside Neighborhood Services.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. I am also excited that partnership is continuing. Moving on, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-239, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
The time is 9:22. I'd like to call to order the Recreation Committee. Secretary, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Vice Chair Severson.
Present.
Chair French.
Aye.
You have a quorum.
I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All approve the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, January 16th and Wednesday, May 1st, 2019.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so we only have one item on the Recreation Committee today. We have a study report. about the aquatics program update. So Tyrese Cox, will you be the one giving us this?
Good evening, Commissioners. Actually, I will not be presenting tonight. Director Kalb will. And as she makes her way towards the podium, she has a beautiful little visual that she wants to share with you with some of the kids at the Aquatic Center. So I'll pass this around.
Bitches like it.
Thank you, Chair French and Commissioners. We have an invigorating report for you. You're going to be all keyed up before you go home. We finished 1 year with the Phillips Aquatic Center and did a lot of great things. So I wanted to talk to you about that first. It opened April 21st. We had over 12,000 guests come and participate. We did 749 swimming lessons in that year, and 268 of them were scholarshiped, so about 36%. We had 118 lifeguard certifications issued through lifeguard classes, and 19 of them received scholarships. We have a master's program and a junior swim club. And the Junior Swim Club is preparation for our vision of a citywide swim team, using North Commons in the summer and Phillips in the winter, and having kids from all over the city be on this citywide swim team. And I'm happy to let you know that we have a very renowned swimmer from North Carolina that is going to be volunteering to help the kids on the swim club. He's very sought after in the Twin Cities to be on a swim team. And that would be Superintendent Van Gore's son, Gabriel. We had 211 women and girls-only swim participants, which was really neat that we could have female lifeguards and have all the windows covered and have swimming lessons and open swim for that group of people. And then just through general ongoing pickup, we had water fitness, seniors, lap swim, and water walking. The users of the facility, the Minneapolis Public School swim teams use the facility. They did about 360 hours of practice and had one swim meet, which went really well. So I think we'll be doing more of that in the future. They just didn't have anything scheduled because they weren't sure how it was all going to work. The Augsburg women's team practices there. We have a Learn to Swim Adult Masters Club, and the Piranha Swim Club uses the facility. Some of our unique users are the Minnesota Loon Club, which is an underwater hockey club. And I heard today that Kara Levin might be doing a piece on them this week because they're going off to compete somewhere out of the state. And then we have Subversive Sirens, which is a synchronized swimming team. And Minnesota Ice, a LGBTQ adult master swim club that uses the facility. As part of the City Swims program, our goal is to increase underrepresented youth's access to aquatic opportunities, improve water safety skills, and reduce the risk of drowning. And some of the ways we did that, which you are looking at our thank you card from Hope Academy. We worked with them to have swim lessons for their PE classes. We also did the same thing with Anderson Middle School, Southside Charter School, and then East Phillips brought kids, and the Phillips Park program and Youthline program brought kids, and we had a Friday night open swim for Youthline and school release day swims. We still continue to offer every Friday for free lifeguard training clinics, and our staff works with, they recruit kids that are coming swimming there, and then they work with them to make their skills stronger so they can take the prerequisite test to get into lifeguard training. And that's the Phillips report, which we're very proud of. And now, as you know, the summer has begun, so I wanted to just give you a little update on what's going on out at the beaches and pools. So we have 6 beaches with lifeguard services, daily noon to 7, and they're listed. And then Thursday through Sunday at 2 of our beaches, we do lifeguard services. The pools, Jim Lupiant Water Park is Monday through Friday, 1 to 7, and weekends 11 to 7. The Weber Natural Swim Pool, way to go, Jeremy, has been going really well. Tuesday through Sunday, 1 to 7. North Commons Water Park is closed until repair work is complete in mid-July. Some of the preseason statistics I wanted to share with you. This is just as of a few days ago when I put this together, but already pretty compelling. Our lessons begin this coming Monday. We already have 529 people registered. 107 of those are scholarships. We do swimming lessons for the whole Rec Plus program, and there's 496 kids expected to go through that. Our sailing program at Lake Harriet has 293 youth and 45 adults. Log rolling has 23 participants. The Open Swim Club, which already got some press tonight, has 567 members. And then the event on Tuesdays, we've had 95 already take advantage of that free night. Some upcoming things that you can put on your calendar. The world's largest swimming lesson is going to be at Weber Pool on Friday, June 21st at 11:30 a.m. and it's free. And we'll be teaching all kinds of kids that come to swim, a day of swim lesson. And we partner with Abby's Hope for that, and they provide lunch and goggles and swim caps and stuff for the kids. It's a really neat event. And then we help with the safety camp that takes place in July. We have an aquatic day that our aquatic staff does with personal water safety and different educational training. And then I want to let you know that, it's going to be our third season of the swimsuit drive where we ask for gently used or new swimsuits to be donated. Swimsuits seem to be a barrier for some families to be able to come into the pool, and it's a health department requirement. So we have swimsuits at every facility, and if somebody doesn't have one, we just give them one. We have raised probably over 2,000 swimsuits and gave away about 90% of those to date. So we kind of need to replenish our capacity, and we're working with the communications department to do some marketing, and we also have reached out to the rec centers, and they have bins at each rec center where people can just drop off gently used or new swimsuits. I'd like to end your evening with a wonderful story that you may have already heard of or read, but in case you haven't, this is Mohammed, and he is an example of what we're trying to do in our aquatics program, in our system, our City Swims program, where we try to outreach to kids that may either be coming to the pool or start employment with the pool and they're not swimmers. In Mohammed's case, that was the case. He started as an attendant at Jim Lupiant Water Park, and if it's okay, I'm going to read his story as quickly as I can. Mohammed became aware of Minneapolis Park Board during his freshman year at Roseville High School, when an aquatic supervisor came to his school to recruit staff for the summer. He was curious about working for Minneapolis Park Board and learned about the aquatic attendant position opportunity. He applied for an attendant position and was hired. He always wanted to work for his community. Mohammed's journey has been special, and here it is in his own words. He provided this to us. I spent my first summer at Lupiant Water Park learning about being a good employee, improving my customer service skills, and practicing my swim skills by learning from my supervisors. During my second year, I continued to improve my swimming and began to teach lessons. My confidence in working with the public grew, so I began to work in the admissions hut more. I saw lifeguards making saves, providing first aid, and I knew that's what I wanted to do. With the help of my supervisors, I began to prepare to take a lifeguard class by practicing my swimming and attending the weekly lifeguard clinics held at the Phillips Aquatic Center for the next year. In my third summer, I was finally ready to sign up for a lifeguard class, and I passed. I began lifeguarding and continued to teach swim lessons at the water parks. I continued to swim during my breaks, learn from the head guards at in-service trainings, and work independently to work on my lifeguard skills by watching Red Cross videos. When the summer was over, I went back to school, continued to lifeguard and teach swimming at Phillips Aquatic Center part-time, and worked independently to work on my lifeguard skills with my supervisors. The work that I have done with the swim lesson program is really meaningful to me because being of color and coming from a background of not knowing how to swim as a little kid and coming into aquatics with very little experience with the water, I wanted to help kids who wouldn't have the opportunity to learn how to be safer on the water. My siblings who aren't very good swimmers, I hope will be able to learn those skills so I don't have to worry about them. I speak another language, and that's been very helpful to me because we work with members of a community in which many people don't speak English. As my lifeguard skills progressed during the school year, I was finally ready to take the lifeguard instructor class, and I passed because of the resources provided, supervisors that pushed me. I went from an attendant who didn't know how to swim to a lifeguard instructor. Mohammed is now teaching lifeguard training and helping recruit community members. It's a wonderful story, and I understand that we have 2 or 3 other young people already in the system that are similar stories to Mohammed, so that's what it's all about. And I will field questions if anyone has, lots of lights. Okay. I don't know.
Oh, I'm
Chair
so sorry. I want to, questions, I think, Kel, you were first.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair French, sorry. When is the pool, what's the thinking on the pool for North Commons, the opening date?
Sometime in July.
Me. No, I think it was her.
Gonna get more specific.
It was her. It's construction.
Well, if they're saying July.
Commissioners, if you recall, we had a couple months ago a procurement for replacement for the sand filters, and that took some time to get through Minneapolis procurement. We understand that do we have a delivery date scheduled? Close? And then tonight you award the contract for installation. So we don't know how long it will take, but we have the materials, we have the contractor, and we're working hard to get it open as soon as we can. So I don't want to tell you a date. I know that we've said mid-July. I'd like to think we can do better than that, but I don't want to promise anything because this is a fairly significant investment. It's a $500,000 or more investment in the pool, but this will take care of the major mechanical failures we've had in that pool for the last several years. The other thing that becomes important, and commissioners have asked about this, and I think constituents might ask you, the master plan does show a different configuration. We bought filters that can be reused in that configuration or in any of the other pools we have in the system.
So currently, I would assume we're saving money, even though we're putting a substantial funds into it, but we're saving money on staffing right now because we're not staffing it. We don't have lifeguards there. We don't have park attendants there, correct? So I would really hope that we could partner with Franklin Middle School to try to get that pool open during the time that North Commons is closed. So we have a place for the community to go. Transportation is an issue, as I spoke of earlier with our community. And some Northsiders are just fussy and they want to swim on the lower end of North Minneapolis, which is great. Is that something that you can look into?
Chair French, Commissioner Severson, you were reading my mind. I've already been in communication with the staff over at MPS, and they too had an issue with their pool, and so they assured me that once they get Franklin Pool open, that they would work with us on a schedule that would allow kids who normally would go to North Commons to be able to use the pool over there. Now, what I can't tell you is what that schedule looks like at this moment. I did not talk to the staff at MPS today to find out if they in fact got the lighting that they needed to operate installed. They were hoping to get that done yesterday, and I haven't confirmed that today.
Thank you for working on that. The letter that Director Cal wrote was awesome. But we need some Muhammad stories on the north side. We need that, right? And So my next ask is, it sounds like you guys are doing a great job, but we have a pool sitting there that is unused. And there's a community that is strongly wanting access to that pool, and that's at Creekview Park, Olson Middle School. It's been 5 years. I don't know how much we, as the park board, sunk into that in partnership with the school board. But I would love to see that open. It's sad to me that there's residents that have been there 30 years when I was door knocking that didn't know that place had a swimming pool. So I just want to push you guys and find a way to get that open and get it accessible to that community. My last question, and I'll leave it alone, is did we get rid of the ducks at Weber?
Commissioner Stevenson, while Jeremy makes his way up, I would just like to say that both myself and the aquatic staff continue to be in conversation with Minneapolis Public Schools about the use of the Creekview Olson Pool. And so while it doesn't belong to us, we too are trying to leverage the relationship that's defined in the MOU to see if we can gain greater access to it. I don't know that anyone in this room has a sense of if we've made any financial investments in the pool, but we have offered in exchange that we would welcome some of the MPS PE teachers to take lifeguard classes with us so that they can lifeguard their own sessions in school and all of that. So we continue to have conversations with both them and some others in the area, i.e. the YMCA, about sharing resources and really expanding out the City Swims program, because that's what it's designed to do, help more kids in the city learn to swim and be safe.
Both Director Felder and Director Caprini have both asked me about the same thing on the school board, so I would love to see that collaboration.
Commissioner Musich.
We have one more question to be answered from Commissioner Severson.
Chair French, Commissioner Severson. We have not gotten rid of the ducks entirely. We still have ducks at Weber Pool. It's less ducks than we've had in the past, and that is likely a result of our partnership with the USDA early in the season, looking for nests and eggs, and then also reinforcing and fortifying the lower portion of the fence to keep the ducklings from exploring into the pool. I think the thing that is working in our favor tremendously right now is the UV system. So we've passed all of our water quality tests so far this year. This week's test did have an exceedance of E. coli in the upper pool, the wading pool, of the FLL standard, but was well below the EPA standard. The EPA standard we shut down right away. The FLL standard, we go into a protocol where we collected a sample today. We'll get the results tomorrow. We also collect a sample tomorrow in the event that today's test results don't meet the FLL. We have another, it takes 24 hours, so we would have a test result on Friday to determine whether or not the upper pool, that's the wading pool, could be open for the weekend. The big pool's good to go. We do see an elevated level of bacteria in the regen pond, which is what we would expect, but when we test at the pumps and on the other side of the pumps, we're getting good readings.
Did we explore using the predator bird sounds like underneath the 42nd Avenue Bridge?
We've looked at, that's the next step is actually for ducks, it's pyrotechnics is what they're recommending, the USDA. We have not. Right now we're using a laser pointer that staff are, it's called hazing the ducks to keep them away. It seems to be working. Like I said, we had 4 duck sightings. That was the last report I got. And last year we were getting upwards of 20. And so we're seeing some results.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair French. I just wanted to apologize for stealing your thunder about Open Swim. I just get so excited about this program because I'd always wanted to swim across the lake, and I knew it was illegal, and I'm a rule follower. So to have the park board acknowledge that that was a desire in the community and to find a way to make it happen and do it in a way that has just exploded over the years is just really awesome to see, because it's not, like at first it was a lot of triathletes only, really, that I was seeing out there in the lake, and there's so many more recreational swimmers like myself taking advantage of the opportunity. So I I stole a little bit of your thunder, but gosh, it's such a cool program. Also, the lifeguard program. So I've been talking about lifeguard training opportunities for many, many years with my constituents and when I'm out in the public. And I'm really thrilled to hear that we're finding other ways of getting people into that program, not only through recruitment efforts, but by giving people pathways. It's such an important function of expanding a program, is to create that path and help people become exposed to it and understand that it's there. And so thank you so much for ending our meeting on such a happy, joyful note of expansion of people that are able to ensure that the residents of Minneapolis and our visitors are able to swim safely in the city. It's really cool. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Fonnie. Sorry.
First of all, did you say something about Mohammed had some language skill issues? It certainly was not apparent in that letter.
No.
That
no,
was eloquent.
He said he's been able to help other people from the community coming for swimming lessons, that he's used
His language skills. Okay,
to help.
I misinterpreted,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that was an eloquent letter and
Yeah,
everything.
it was.
And I'm sorry if I missed something. So we do have incentives for our lifeguards, and number one, so that was number one. And then number two, how are we doing as far as, are we filling our needs of getting enough lifeguards?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm happy to report we were able to, it's year to year, those two side beaches that are Thursday through Sunday have either been, we're able to staff them or we're not. This year, we had more than enough staff. We had a 64% retention rate, people coming back because of the board's approval of wages, and we have an actual progression that people, after they successfully work for us, they know where they're coming back at, what their wage will be. So we have a really solid staff with attendants and lifeguards for this summer. And then I'd like to let Commissioner Severson know that we just received scholarship money for a North High School young man who is going to take lifeguard training.
Awesome. That makes me
So,
really happy to hear.
yeah, we're really excited about it. Any other questions?
Call for adjournment?
Okay, I just want to say
Oh,
thank
sorry.
you for all the work that you guys have been doing. I just want a quick update on North Commons, possibly. Like, how long do we know if that place is going to be closed? We don't know. Am I asking too many questions?
They just told us that they don't know. We have the parts, we just approved the contract. They are hoping it'll be done sooner rather than later, but the estimate right now is mid-July.
So would it be this summer?
We feel like things are in motion for it to be mid-July. We are hopeful that it could be sooner than that, but we believe that we're on target for mid-July.
Okay, because, there's only a small window for people to get to swim in Minneapolis, so I want to get those things. Thank you. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We are adjourned.
Oh, my gosh.